Welcome back to the Sim Racing Hub International, 12 hours of Bathurst. It's round 3 of the Endurance GT3 Championship and a first 8 hours which really has set the tone for the run into the checkered flag. We've had heartbreak and elation up and down the field. We've had storylines playing out and they are continuing out on track now. We'll get back to live coverage as soon as possible because closing down into the race lead, Regan Mitchell in the number 22 SimSport Racing Aston Martin now is only 3.1 seconds off the back of the race leading number 8 Bentley of Science Friction.
And there's a big pile of cars there. Sorry to interrupt. That's Klaas and Wester that got stuck on top of the hill here with a couple of other cars. So you see the Lexus up in the front here. That's going to be Daniel Lenners, I think, in the Schnelle Delle that got involved in the incident. It was like 6 cars piling up all at once there. That's one way to start the broadcast now, isn't it?
Definitely. That's the voice of Nicholas Kraus. He's our broadcaster today, part of the SimSport Solutions team. I'm Tim Fulbrook. I'll be stepping aside in a moment, but to take the baton from me and lead you through the next 2 hours is the delightful David Christie, who returns. And David, I don't know if you've been keeping tabs on the race, but it doesn't matter if it's a fight for first or a fight for 23rd. The racing has been electric in this Bathurst 12 hours.
Do you know what? I've never in my life heard the delightful David Christie, but I am absolutely taking that one, and you're completely spot on, Tim. I mean, what a race we have had so far. If you'd tuned in 4 hours ago, you would have thought that number 15 team would have been away with it, would have been away into the sunshine with it. They were a lap up on everybody across the field. They only had second place that they had to get a lap with. If you watched the start of it, you would have seen Regan Mitchell fighting that car back from 23rd position. You would never have called anything that we're away to see here in the final 4 hours. Odyssey Racing are going to be leaving today with a lot of answers to our questions to be answered. And I've got to be honest, the 22 SimSport Racing team, they're going to be very happy. But they're going to be chasing even further Daniel Georges into the pits as we speak.
Well, for legal reasons, David, you can't quote me on delightful David Christie, just to get that one out there on the live coverage before.
Too late, mate. It's too late. It's up here in Scotland. That is a verbal contract. That's what we have up here.
Brilliant stuff.
But
Okay.
Tim, no, thank you so much for the past 2 hours. That was Tim Fulbrook taking you through the previous 2 hours. A very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the stream. As the Racing Blog says, we back. You sure? We absolutely are back, and 4 hours left to go. I'm with you for the next 2 hours, and then we get Tim back again. And Nicholas, I caught bits of this while watching this and while watching the other very famous race that's on in Germany, and it's safe to say that it kicked off yet again right in the last 15 minutes there.
Yeah, the broadcast was sensing your returner, so I'm sure that was the main reason there. They're just starting to kick things off, get things exciting once again for these final 4 hours.
Wait, what you're saying, Nicholas, is Anthony Terhorst knew that I was coming back on the mic again, and he spun it in excitement.
Exactly.
Oh, you got to love it. You got to love it. Right, we see a couple of 5-second penalties on the side there for Hulaman in the 169 and for Spinkling in the 74. That is for not anticipating full course yellow fast enough. That also goes to the 404. My goodness me, that has just been a disastrous day at the races for the Rip Garage team. It's just not happening at all. This is Marvin Ingenworth in the number 8 Bentley, doing a cracking job of holding on to the lead, but have a look who that is behind him. That is Regan Mitchell, and that is for the lead. And that is how you start broadcast, ladies and gentlemen, by going 8 hours into a 12-hour race and kicking things off with an absolutely huge battle for the lead. Nicholas, this is just going to be absolutely epic, but you get the feeling Regan could make simple work of this.
Pretty sure that, considering in the last time around in the second and third sector, he's been absolutely flying now to the inside, to the outside. Where does he want to go? Marvin Ingworth has to defend this time around for the first time really in a couple of hours, that he's forced to fight for track position here, with Mitchell now only 2 tenths basically side by side with him now into Murray. Now braking very nice and deep there. We can see that the Bentley thought that he could stop the car a little bit too late. Now side by side up into the first turn off the track corner. He's going to have the inside. Let's see if he defends it nicely. No, he's going to go deep and wide. Not his pit stop strategy, not what he wants to do. But Marvin Ingworth then will be back into second position, where for the first time we see a battle for the lead. Regan Mitchell takes the lead out the pack here.
Wow is all I can say to that one. Kieran Vidago saying that Regan Mitchell deserves 1 million pizzas. I'm absolutely with you on that one. Regan Mitchell's been one of the standout performances of today for me. Absolutely blown me away with the fact of how hard that car is charged, how well they've got that car set up. But him specifically, when you get him behind the wheel, it is scary, scary stuff. He just chews through any opposition that is there. So Regan Mitchell up to the top of the tables there with just under 4 hours left to go. And this is really go time now. This is where the cars need to get a move on here, because we've only got 3 cars on that lead lap. And the last of them is Casper Hugard. Now, Casper Hugard, we have to have a little chat about him as well, because Casper and that Team DGTL racing machine was leading. Then Casper jumped in and kind of fell away a bit. He was away down about 7th or 8th place. And they've got back up, and he's back into to 3rd place. So for a team that's really been absolutely nowhere this season, Nicholas, this has been an impressive performance for the Team DGTL Racing.
I think in the interview earlier, they were just as surprised as we are, but they're definitely happy with the position that they are in. First at some point during the race as well, but considering how they were also down in 5th and 8th place for, that was a couple of hours ago, about 4 hours ago, when they were 8th place. So I would say that Casper Hugard in the 42 is just doing something that not a lot of drivers can do out there.
For sure. So we're looking at Casper Hugard here. He has got the 333 behind him, which is Pookie in the Aston Martin, a lap down, so this is not for position. Pookie making a nuisance of themselves, having a look up the inside there, and Istvan Pookie doing a cracking job of keeping that car safe in the top 10. We've certainly seen a myriad of events for all of the drivers, and it's safe to say that it has been for some of the teams a very, very difficult afternoon here at Bathurst. It's known for being a track that really takes and picks the winner that it wants, and everyone else gets sort of cast to the side, Nicholas.
So easy. The mountain is a track on its own. That really isn't very easy to compare this to anything else. We don't have a street circuit like Monaco otherwise, and this is probably the closest that it's gonna get to. You really have to do your practice, gotta do your homework. If you are coming to the test unprepared, then the teacher's probably going to give you an F right away.
Fs are going to be the order of the day for sure. The talking of Fs, let's have a look at David. Oh, now is David Georges in the the number 15? Are they in the pits again? Or are they still in the pits? Or they've just come in again? They were in about 15-20 minutes ago, weren't they?
They certainly have been. Chances are there might be something with the drivers, considering how the car looks perfectly fine, at least from my point of view. Chances are there might be something regarding the driver times, stint times, looking to probably make a change here. But it's very puzzling at least. So I think they probably just got the car repaired last time around and are looking to just make the most of it at this point in time. That's all they can do, really, considering they're now down and about to drop out of the top 20 here, potentially, when we see Mark Mertens here, who is already in... Oh, there he goes.
Yeah, they pitted 2 laps ago.
Yep. 2 laps ago?
They pitted 2 laps ago. They lapped
perhaps wrong tyres.
222.
Yeah, could be
that's a very good point. Possibly on the wrong strategy.
Yeah, could be in a set of other events like this. You only have 12 sets of tires. You could get the wrong PSI in. You could potentially get on an old set of tires, which you absolutely don't want to do unless you forced to. So chances are it's not going to be upwards from here. Well, the only way is upwards for them now, isn't it?
No, I've got to be honest. I think the frustration is starting to show that they have got one of the fastest cars and one of the fastest teams, but luck has not been on their side today, and I do wonder how long it is before frustration starts setting in with that team. But in the meantime, let's take you a run through your top 10 then. It's Regan Mitchell in the lead ahead of Margan Ingenworth in the number 8 Bentley. Casper Hugard in the 42 Lexus is in 3rd place. Then 4th place of Lucas Virkov in the 187 Aston Martin. It's Nelson Abriona in the 321 Ferrari in 5th place. 6th place is Istvan Puki in the 333 Aston Martin. And then it's the 69 Mercedes of Kuhn Scepter doing a cracking job getting all the way up to 4th place there. Now down back into 7th place, but still in the top 10. Great recovery drive, I've got to say, for the number 16 of Just Vermeeren. The Mercedes was out of the top 15 at one point, but manages to get itself back into 8th position. P9 for the Lexus 33 of Dennis Kroll, and then it's the Lamborghini 296 of Sunke Seidel in 10th place there. And Seidel in that Lambo, if I remember rightly, at one point was 24th or 25th. So cycled all the way up to the top 10 there. So great recovery drive there, and great to see them into the top 10.
Yeah, fantastic. It's been up and down for a lot of these drivers. You can see just as the front hood of him is going up and down. That's sort of a nice analogy for how the race has been going for some of these teams. Because chances are, just like, okay, I'm going to stop with the comparisons. I was about to say they're going up and down the mountain, but I'll just stop myself here, and I'm gonna say it has been exciting. I think that's a good conclusion to what I was trying to say.
12-hour races do very strange things to you and your speech patterns, trust me. It only goes downhill from here, my friend. 3:45 is going to be barely able to put a sentence together. But yeah, look, it's going to be a fantastic finale for sure. The gap at the front is actually extending now. It's 6.3 seconds between Regan Mitchell and Marvin Engenworth. So yeah, great to see that from the number 22 Sim Sports as Nelson Abrahosa goes ahead of Lucas Virkov, and I'm presuming that's because Svirkov has Svirkov gone on the pits, or
yes, exactly.
Yeah,
Lots of pit stops happening right now. It's the main pit stop phase. We also see number 16 Vermeeren here dropping a couple of spots due to a scheduled pit stop as it is. Mode 11 Racing Mautus Markek here. I'm going to bring up the graphic if I can in a second. It's been gaining quite significantly on the number 220 here of Lennart's up ahead. Let's see if I can send this up on your screen. Let's have a look at that. That's an absolute flyer. Martus Markek setting his personal fastest lap in the stint here last time around.
Well, this is exactly what I was saying. Action all around the clock here and all through the grid. This is the brilliant thing about it, because there's nothing more frustrating when you're on the track and you've got absolutely nobody around you to battle. But with this level of grid, you've always got somebody to fight here, and that is exactly what's going on as Matis Marquez onto the back of Daniel Lennart, trying to get to grips with the Lexus. And if I remember rightly, actually, about 6 hours ago, these two were on separate laps, but they were still towing each other around the track.
Exactly that, and it's been a big change of pace depending on who has been in the cars for these Lexus drivers, I feel like, where definitely the number 11 car, that's the Mode 11 Racing Lexus here, center of screen for you, that they've just been dealing with so much damage in the stint of the double stint, where us two were doing the commentary, because if I recall correctly, they've just been to the pits 2, 3, 4 times there, and always just seemingly finding themselves in an incident somewhere around the track.
Yes, that is that sounds a bit like me, always finding incidents wherever you go around the track. But it is what it is. Mode 11 Racing's Matis Marquez then trying to catch onto the back of Lennart in that 220 Lexus, and I wonder if they're going to be Lexus friends for much longer. We'll certainly see as they make their way up the mountain straight here. A wonderful, wonderful view from the back of the Schnelldell Motorsport 220 Lexus, and that is going to be Marquette having a little look to the inside as they go through Quarry Bend. Oh, and he goes deep. Lennartz makes a mistake, overcooks the brakes, and essentially hands the place on a platter to Marquette there. Now, if that was deliberate, if Lennartz has let Marquette go, that is inspired driving. If he's recognised that the driver is just much faster and there's no point actually trying to hold him, then awesome. But I think what's happened is he's overcooked the brakes going into turn 1 and it just went a little deep. And Marquette there, whew, that was a little bit close coming up through Solomon Park there.
Yeah, he's just flying across the track right now. I think it might have been a mix of both, seeing that how quick Marquette is. Last lap for him at 2:03.8, personal fastest lap of the race, and makes him also the second quickest car on the grid at the moment. So super impressive driving by him at the moment. And chances are Lennartz just got the team order, not from the Lexus lads, but from his pit wall itself, to just let him go. It's gonna sing a little Mamma Mia, and then he just slots back into 13th position.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, 8 hours and 15 minutes in, we've had our first Queen reference, so thank you very much, Nicholas, for that one. It was a great move, though, to be fair. You mentioned there about fastest laps. Istvan Pukki and the 333, 2:03.5, and that is a very, very fast time. But look at that track temperature, 43 degrees Celsius, with the the ambient temperature 34, and there's some clouds sort of hovering over now, which is going to cool things down, I think, possibly as well. But this is another car that's absolutely we've got a car off. That's the 169 facing the wrong way round the track there, and that is not a place where you want to come across the car of Ruben DeConnick there. Gets himself going again, but yeah, that was a bit of a scary moment.
Bring up the replay of that one here. Shot in before we leave you with this. I hope they're up in there. The 169 definitely running out of traction quite significantly there for the shortest moment. That just into the first elbow is something you absolutely don't want. Oh, that's a big impact. That's going to be 20-30 seconds of damage, and the only thing he can be fortunate with is that there was no additional contact. He's trying to limp the car around. That's going to be an immediate pit stop for the 169 here.
Oh, for sure. You can see the damage there, the car crabbing. There's geometry damage on the suspension. It's so easy to do as well. It's a one-car accident. He's locked up the brakes, went too fast into that section there at the S's just before the dipper, and the right wheel bounces off the curb, and it makes it difficult to actually get the car turned in, and that is where contact is made. So DeConinck loses more positions there for sure. He's almost certainly going to go even further down in that 11th place at the moment. He's going to lose that place to Mats Marquez, who already went through, to Daniel Lennartz as well, and I think possibly even Sem Spenklink, who might get his way past. This, though, is Lucas Furkov in the Wii Sports 187 Aston Martin, doing a cracking job holding on to 4th place just now. He's in a bit of no man's land, as Luca, at the moment, because he doesn't really have any friends anywhere near him right now. He's 33 seconds ahead of... 33 seconds behind Nelson Abrahanhosa, who went into the pits, and then he's got Istvan Pukki behind him. Now I'm trying to see, because Pukki is charging, and Pookie's only about 4 seconds behind him, so this could be a challenge for 4th place in the next couple of laps here.
Yeah, certainly so. I'm just going to quickly set something up for ourselves here, because I do have to restart again with the custom deliveries. Definitely putting a little bit of a dent here. I'll put this in the meantime, because we're going side by side in the fight for P9 here. I'll bring this up for you on screen right here.
Oh, that's brilliant, brilliant stuff. Look at this battle going on all the way through the first half of the circuit. Then this is up through the cuttings, then into Griffin's Mount. Now, these two cars battling for position as well. This is, as we said, the battle for 9th place there. That is Sunky Seidel, and just behind that is Thomas Van Schaik. Van Schaik just into the car there, and absolutely given no quarter whatsoever as they come through Reed Park, then up through Silman Park, then to McPhillamy Park here. This long left-hander, you don't want to take too much of that curb on the right-hand side, under the banner there, through Skyline, down through the S's, down through the Dipper, and then it's on towards Forest's Elbow. This is such a difficult circuit. And this corner here is absolutely unreal. They get through Forest Elbow, through the Forest, through the Conrod Straight there, and lost a little bit of time there. So keeping things going, and I see exactly what Nicholas is doing here. He's getting his super fancy graphics up. But meanwhile, the Mercedes here is all over the back of this Lamborghini. Look at the pace he's got down the Conrod Straight, tries to go late on the brakes. Surely that's too late. He overcooks it, leaves himself vulnerable to the 74 Lambo just behind him, but thinks about it and gets away with it. We currently see the 777 Lexus. That's Tom van den Meer in 15th place just now. A little bit of damage on the front of his car. And or is that just the way that the Lexus is actually looking?
Is that the way it looks, or is that damage? Is that?
I think it is. I think it is the way it looks, actually. I thought it was damage to begin with. Meanwhile, there's Enghenworth in the Bentley into the pit lane. So that now, Regan Mitchell is going to be absolutely away with that lead right now.
Yeah, that's quite significant as well. I mean, considering it's 3 hours and 40 minutes still in there, there's going to be a couple of pit stops here. So I hope I don't have to do too many replays, because that seems to absolutely mess with ACC. It just completely disconnects me from all my services, all my beautiful cameras, and I don't like being disconnected from those. We mentioned earlier that there's
you see,
yeah.
I was just going to say to all our viewers at home, Nicholas makes this look so pretty and so professional, but really what happens is he's left at the end of a broadcast with about 3 strands of hair left in his head, such as the stress levels of broadcasting one of these events. Tell me I'm wrong, Nicholas.
It is quite tough, at least when we are we're not trying to do just the broadcast, but also trying to fight with these systems that I have to work with. It's mostly down to the fact that the custom liveries just shoot up everything, and then I have to kind of restart in an attempt to make it look professionally, especially considering that I only have one PC and one remote PC available. And you saw the slightly scuffed stream there taking over for a brief moment. That's what I have on my side screen here. One of the 3. Not quite at the level of Steve, where I got at least 6 monitors to himself. But I'm trying to get there. I hope you are enjoying yourselves.
It's all good. It's all good, Nicholas. We very, very much appreciate. And yeah, awesome stuff. Arwen Nam saying that they had a connection issue with their driver. They didn't have an audio connection that their driver could hear them on. So yeah, that is not the best, because obviously that puts any strategy kind of out the window for that one. So yeah, not the greatest to hear on that one. Meanwhile, this is Lucas Svirkov, and he's got a friend. He's got Istvan Pukki behind him in the 333 Aston Martin, making an absolute nuisance of himself right now, with just over 3.5 hours left to go in this 3rd round of the 2021 SRHI GT3 Endurance Championship. And this is the tail of the tape then. Lucas Svirkov in the 187 Aston Martin, absolutely harassed by Istvan Pukki. If this carries on, I think Istvan Pukki is going to be getting a restraining order, because he is all over the back of that Aston Martin. Pulls out to the left hand side, then up Mountain Straight. This is going to be a battle of the late breakers ring. Quarry Bend, they're still side by side, and give Pukki his due, he absolutely kept that one in, couldn't get it going round the outside there, but they live to tell the tale another day. It's up through the cutting then as we go for the 238th time here at Mount Panorama.
Wonderful. It's crazy how close these two got there. It's just on the outside, you're gonna lose so much time that eventually Pookie will have to reset and try and get into that same sort of position once again. So very clean driving up here at the front, and it's quite nice to see that they have found each other. I was about to say maybe it's just a short little fling on the side for Sverkov here with Pookie, but it looks like they really get to know each other out here, and I do appreciate that.
You've got to love it. You've got to love it. As I said, 3 hours 35 minutes left to go in the race, and it's been an absolute barnstormer so far. So much going on. It's still Regan Mitchell in the 22 Sim Sports racing car, 73 seconds ahead of Florian Mooring, who takes over in the number 8 as we go side by side. Then this is Sonky Seidel up the inside of one of the Mercedes, and I've got a feeling that's a car that is a lap up.
Shaik actually getting the move done there around the outside for header corner.
Van Schaik, yeah.
Yes. Very nice move actually there.
I completely forgot about that because of course Van Schaik wasn't driving that car when I last looked in 610 Motorsport. It was,
not to worry.
That was.
Not to worry, I have you covered.
Yeah, you got my back, fam. That's exactly what we need on these long streams. So very much appreciated. But Sonky Seidel for Team Hot Air Balloon trying to stick to the pack of that Merc. But I've got to be honest, that Merc has had incredible pace all afternoon.
Looks like he's gonna probably pull away. So there's two very close battles here. Also side by side for a brief moment here. If I can bring it up for just 1 second here. Lukas Sverkov once again under heavy fire. He's being touched on the rear. Go ahead.
Oh, you hate to say it. That was so blatant from Istvan Pukki there. I don't think there was anywhere for Pukki to go, but the fact that he kept the foot in, he turned round Sverkov there. I've got to be honest, I think that's going to be a slam dunk penalty from race control. Again, that's a wonderful opinion there for me, but Lukas Sverkov in Wii Sports is going to be absolutely fizzing about that. But there's no denying that Pukki was the faster car there.
It's a mix between the two as we are once again following up with the two battles that we're having in parallel. A fight for P9 to the inside goes Seidel then. Let's see if he can make it stick up into the grass and sideways for Shaik there. And once again onto the grass. They're following each other away using more than just the track limits. Wow, what a fight. And this one is certainly a bit more clean than the one up at the front for P4.
Oh my goodness, mate! I love the fact that you could almost put a voiceover on Thomas Van Schaik there, and it was as he sees Seidel in his rearview mirror. It's like no. He literally took as far off the racing line as he possibly could, just to make sure that he didn't get tagged in that one. So yeah, Thomas Van Schaik lives to tell the tale another day, and I think, if I'm honest, that is Seidel's last chance to get that position back. That Merc is absolutely rapid through this part of the course here.
Now an update up here from the front as well. If we're having a look at what was the fight for P4, we see Sverkov. Back then again, it is to be assumed that he must have waited up and given back the position. No, actually, am I wrong? No, I am actually wrong. He did not get back the position. I was in my mind. I was already spinning the storyline of a very helpful Istvan Pukki, who gives back the position in an effort to make it the way I wanted it to be. No,
Nicholas, are you watching this race or a race in Germany at the moment?
Yeah, both.
Good man. Well, at least you can see this race here because it's a little bit foggy on that other one, and to be honest, this one's way more exciting as well with less damage to Porsches. 3.5 hours left to go, and we're still watching Lukas Sverkov here trying to extract that revenge on Istvan Pukki. Although Pukki was faster, I think Sverkov now has the bit between his teeth, and if I'm honest, I'm a little bit scared if I was Pukki because, I think Sverkov is out for just the slightest bit of revenge.
If you can get to him, that is. We can see that the gap is 2 seconds, so he might have to skip a corner in order to get within striking range, and chances are he's not going to do that because he's got a P5 under his belt right now. He's probably going to be quite happy with the way that it is right now. Checking in the timing sheets here as well, we can see that Pukki, once again, despite this overtake obviously taking place, is just a second quicker. It's just a reality to it, and Sverkov has probably come to realize it.
Yeah, and that's the issue with that is the fact that Pookie's pace comes it's consistent, isn't it? It's lap after lap that Istvan Pukki in the treble 3 outfit able to get those laps in. I think Wii Sports Lucas Svirkov going to have to just settle in for it, let it go, and get himself back into concentration for the rest of his stint here, which will probably be, if I'm honest, about another half hour before he hands over the reins to that 187 machine there. Just watching as well further down, Van Schaik has opened up that gap to Sado by 2.1 seconds. So that gap is done. He's gone. And again, it looks like we've got a little bit of relative calm here on the race.
Yeah, one of the few cars that can actually do what they want is just drive in clean air and try and hope for the best for the rest. Now, P10 definitely respectable, so I would go as far as to say that he's just looking to bring this one home, at least at the end of this stint. Just giving over a car without damage should be the main priority right now. A bit further down the pack once more again is, well, they're number 15. I haven't seen those in a while now, have we?
Yeah, down in 19th place for Reese Finch Rob. They're trying the best at a recovery drive. I think we'll let them get on with that. But we do have another driver into the commentary box for a little bit of a chat, and it is, I believe, Norris from the 911 Porsche team, the Team Hot Air Balloon Motorsport. We've seen them having it's been safe to say, a difficult afternoon in that Porsche. So let's go and have a chat over with Noah. Noah, good afternoon. Thanks for joining us. It's been a difficult afternoon for that Porsche 911 of you guys, the 991.
Yeah, also our start was pretty good. We actually came on a podium position from position 22, which is insane. But unfortunately, we had some bad luck throughout the race. Yeah, and now we are back in P20. Also, I'm clearly on a different pace than my teammates. It's unlucky, but it's my first ever championship, so I'm quite happy that it's not too bad.
So Noah, you're the superstar in the team then, are you?
Yeah, so I'm happy that I didn't crash anyone out, because in Kyalami I had some 2 incidents, but here also I had one big incident. I steered into the wall in the Audi post.
Very easy to do though here at Bathurst. Now you said obviously you were up in a very good position. It's knocked you back down into 20th position. I've been asking a couple of teams this, Noah. How does your team deal with those stressful moments? How do you guys get back together and get that focus?
It sounds strange, but we actually watched the 24-hour race in Nürburgring, and we just chat a little bit about it, and then we all calm down, and then we can focus and back on the race.
That's actually a really nice idea, that. So you watch another race, take your mind off of the race at hand, and then that leaves you with a fresh mind to get back behind the wheel.
Yeah, it worked pretty fine. It's not what we expected, what we can achieve in this race. It's fine. It's okay.
So 3.5 hours left to go. You're down in 20th position. What is it now? Just a case of just bringing the car home, or do you think you can get a couple more places here?
Main focus, of course, we want to bring the car home safe in the first place, but maybe others can crash themselves out. Then we have a few positions back. That would be nice.
Well, thank you very much, Noah, from the 911 Team Hot Air Balloon Motorsport. Best luck, and we hope you get back into the top 10.
Thank you. Good commentating, by the way.
Thank you very much, Noah. See you soon.
See you.
There we go then, Noah Roos for the 911, and wow, that's quite a cool thing actually, Nicholas, about how they did it, because we're all watching it anyway. We've got the Nürburgring 24 in the background, and quite honestly, this is more exciting anyway. This amazing 12-hour race that we've got going on here. But I love that, the fact that the team just sort of chill, watch something else, and then come back to the car and feel a little bit refreshed.
I think that's really great. I mean, perhaps we can even get some cross promotion from the Nürburgring race as well, if we're already calling them out by what it is. So we are helping them get some viewers on there in between the racing stints. Then maybe we'll get a shout out eventually. Regardless of that, I think it's a really nice strategy. And especially since I could hear a little bit of German dialect, I'm sure there's a couple of home points playing along with that too.
Right, I'm working on that just now. I'll text John Hinton and get a little shout out for us, no problem there. Right, 3 hours 25 left to go. This is your race leader, Regan Mitchell. Nicholas, let's take a second to talk about to talk about Regan here. Possibly one of the fastest drivers that we've had here, but his level of consistency and the tenacity that Regan has shown today has been absolutely unmatched, hasn't it?
Fantastic. There's nothing else you can say about this sort of performance outside of just see what he does. See if you can get a slice of that and apply that on your little resume. Get that on in there and just keep on doing what you're doing, because it's just what you need to do. It's perfect. It's wonderful.
Yeah, certainly is a great job so far by Regan Mitchell, doing a cracking job of keeping that up front as well, ahead of Florian Mooring in that number 8 machine in second place. Now, I've got to be honest, I think Florian actually starting to drop back a little bit from your leader by the tune of half a second a lap. I mean,
yeah,
Mitchell banging in constant 2041s.
Looked like there was a bit of an incident. We see the front of the hood slightly scathed there. He lost 10, 11, 12 seconds now at the course of this singular lap that he's currently driving. So I'm quite surprised to see. It must have been some sort of mistake, which essentially puts Kaspar Hugard now in striking distance, potentially to take back the podium.
Yeah, it certainly does. I mean, it's going to be a little bit down the road to get caught up for that. But we did see the number 8 just before Skyline actually going across the gravel. We had that heart-stopping moment where the number 8 machine actually went across gravel, and we weren't sure if it hit the barrier. But thankfully, the Science Friction Racing avoiding that and getting itself going again. And you know, you're absolutely right. That gap is coming down and down and down, and interesting to see how that one will develop. But I still think he's got the upper edge just now. Does the Science Friction Racing driver of Florian Mooring, comes out of the fin corner. Here's Kaspar Hugard, gets a great run down the Conrod straight there. A little toe as well there from I think that's the 10. Is that the 404
Yep.
Rip Garage machine?
So a quick comparison here.
So gets itself
Pace
going
up
again.
at the front if you want.
Well, let's have a little bit of a wiggle there. This is how Kaspar Hugard compares to Regan Mitchell then, and quite honestly, that is not the kind of pace gap I was expecting, Nicholas. I was expecting it to be a lot slower, but if I'm honest, Hugard is comparable to Mitchell.
Yeah, quite surprisingly so. I mean, he's definitely both very fantastic drivers in their own regard. It's just at this point in time, considering the level of tire degradation we're expecting at these temperatures, it's quite surprising. I do have to give that to them. Both at some very competitive pace up here at the front, which is exactly what you would be looking for if you're running in the top 3 here at the SRHI 12 hours at Bathurst.
Istvan Pukki as well with some fantastic pace there, 204.179 that last lap. So doing a cracking job in holding that off, and definitely opening up that gap over Lucas Furkov in the 187 in 5th place there. That gap now looks like it's about, what, 6.5 seconds round there. This is Ruben de Kooning. Oh, we've got a Porsche again. Please tell me that's not the 404.
That's the 101, I
it's
think.
The 101.
Yep.
Oh my god. Rip Garage are just like, I don't know what they've done, Nicholas. They've danced on an ancient burial ground. They've got a voodoo doll, or something has happened to that team, because they have zero luck today. Absolutely zero luck.
Oh, is that contact being made? Just barely. Ruben Koenig getting himself a little nudge there from the Porsche as he's trying to go to the inside. Both cars kind of turning in simultaneously, and if you have been doing an endurance race around here before, that it's something you just get to know, because you eventually get involved in an incident like this. If you're overtaking around there and you are on the outside, just don't turn in. Just keep it to the outside. You might be losing some time. It's just so easy. The car snaps to the inside, and since it's so banked, it dips inside. You're just bound to make contact. Just gotta get rid of the idea that you can just pull it to the inside there. It's super dangerous.
Yeah, it's not the best, and I've just had a horrific forethought of what I think might actually happen given the run of luck. I think the 101 and the 404 are going to take each other out. Just, that would be horrific if that happens. A Garage Rip 101.
I think
that would be a pretty sensational end to the day for them too.
A bit of a deja vu moment, or where did you get that information? Any secrets?
No, that's just like my little head is just like, oh no, what if X,
Not the
Y,
grand
Z
plan of
happens?
the Scuderia, perhaps.
I know I'm good at computers, but I'm not that good. Goodness me. Right, Oliver Anderson trying to do damage control here for the 101 Garage Rip 101 in 25th position, one lap down behind Pater in that 107 Bentley. Significant amount of laps off, but still 2 laps ahead of Landman in the other 404 Garage RIP 101 machine. So yeah, it's now just a case of getting the cars across the line and getting over. Here's Dominic Mellon in the Team Hot Air Balloon Motorsports, number 911. We spoke to his teammates earlier on there and had a little blether, and find that Dominic doing a cracking job of keeping the pace in that car, keeping things ticking over very, very nicely. We saw a car going off into the pits in the background there. We spoke to Noah Roos just about, 15 minutes ago.
Pedrana, I would say, is the 71 pilot now bringing the car into the pit lane this time around. So the stint ending there, well done. And talking about stints ending in that sense, about 15-20 minutes, perhaps up to half an hour, until I'm going to be enjoying myself some dinner I've ordered in, and it's going to take a little bit. Chances are we're going to see some more onboards when that does arrive.
And that's all good. I heard we're getting the man, the myth, the legends that is Steve Proudley into the commentary box. So I don't know, Nicholas, what we've done to upset you, but please not that.
You're gonna get the rough Steve treatment. You're gonna get the Stevement.
Yeah, I'm just getting the digs in before I hear all the Scottish jibes coming in about an hour's time. But just a reminder, in just over an hour we'll also be having Tim Philbrick back into the commentary booth for an hour, and then I come back, and then we're all together for the final hour to enjoy the absolute shenanigans that's going to unfold on the final lap, because you just know it's going to happen. It's been that way already. Chris Pitchbeck behind the wheel of the SimSport Racing number 22, and so that is obviously handed over the reins there. We didn't even see the pit stop from the number 22 machine there.
Super quick pit stop. That's probably the reason why we missed it. It was a 109.0 from the time they crossed the first line until they were heading out again. So an absolute flyer of a pit stop. 3 seconds quicker than the number 42 car, which probably is just down to the fact that there was some damage on the car. So Pinchback not only doing quick laps in succession, just keeping out of any trouble whatsoever. It's wonderful. It's exactly what they were hoping for.
Fantastic to see. just watching Chris Pinchbeck, mate. What I love is the Sims 4 racing machine just seems to make it look so effortlessly, where we're seeing some of the drivers behind making a real meal of getting past these lapped cars. Chris is just like, yeah, I'll be taking that, thank you very much. So smooth, so smooth. 3 minutes 15 seconds left. Sorry, 3 hours 15 minutes left to go. 3 minutes 15 would be a slight exaggeration on that one. But Florian Mooring still doing his best to stay in that second place. What I love as well is the fact that the 22 has been into the pit lane and Mooring is still 35 seconds behind, and that gap was about 13 seconds if I'm not mistaken. So
Right.
you know, Regan has taken out just an incredible 18 seconds on that stint. I mean, that's insane.
That's absolutely baffling that he was able to do that. It's one of the cars that have just been moving up. I've said it before. They started in 9th after qualifying and got eventually up the grid progressively and ever so slowly moving up there. It's crazy. It's one of the cars that definitely have been showing us what you can do in an endurance race, no matter where you qualify. Really, it's wonderful. So, number
Just
74, maybe we can talk about that with a 5-second penalty. Also struggling a little bit and dropping some positions in the past couple of stints. It's the Dark Sky Racing. They were third for quite a while up, way on up there, now finding themselves at 13th. It's a bit of a rough second half of the race here for the number 74 Dark Sky Racing.
Yeah, Sam Spanklink in the number 74 really not having the best of stints right now, getting a 5-second penalty about 40 minutes ago for not anticipating to the full course yellow fast enough. But yeah, it's not the best for that Lamborghini. And again, you can see another Lamborghini taking a rather horticultural line across the first corner there. That is Sonky Sadel in the Team Hot Air Balloon Motorsport, and that is not going to help his attempts to try and catch back up to Thomas van Schaik in that number 16. It's done, it's dusted, but Sadel, I wonder if the tyres are maybe a little bit overcooked in that thing.
Yeah, that's something that tends to happen in the Lambo, unfortunately. The rear left just seems to go away, or in general the rear tires, because it just goes into this sort of traction control mode where it just runs through them, scrubs away the millimeters of rubber that you desperately need so quickly. It's quite of a weird quirk of the car, which definitely benefits from the fact that the stint timer is limited to 65 minutes.
For sure. Just coming under Skyline now. Just now we cut to Michael Hootman in the Rust and the famous 84 in the Audi, making its way down through the S's just now, looking very, very smooth. 6 laps behind your race leader and taking absolute chunks of time out of Dernan de Keizer there in the 777. But to be fair, I think that car in front of him is actually just out of pit lane, and that's 777. It is because it's Tom van der Meer that is now in that 777 car, so that explains why that car was so slow on that last lap there.
Well, it might. It's just on every sector. Usually, if there's a difference, it would just be in the first sector as much. So let's quickly head on over and have a quick look at how the car of the 777 looks, and that's exactly what I was expecting.
Ah, right. Okay, so that is actually Damien de Keizer that is behind the wheel of that. It's so it was me with the wrong information. I was on the pit wall and I wasn't updated. So as soon as it goes across the line there,
I wasn't trying to let you run into the knife there. It's okay though.
Oh no, that's even worse than Nicholas. That means on his out lap, he is. It looks like he scuffed that car quite badly.
Yeah, it's quite significant. Front end is going to be way off, and chances are it won't be 3 turns until the Audi of Huttman is right on at the rear wing and smelling that exhaust pipe off the Lexus we're following on board with. It's the second turn. See if he can make it 3 before he's there. Chances are it won't be long. It's like he can last a little bit longer. than I thought. That's something I was expecting to say in a broadcast. Regardless of that, Damien is doing a stellar job despite the damage that's currently applied to the Lexus he's driving.
Watch this plot twist, it's not actually damage, it's just the livery that he's got on the car of that Pulse Motorsport 777 Lexus. But Hootman is all over the back of him in that Audi, and he's looking very, very strong. It's not going to be down here, this is through the S's, it's then going to be down in towards Forest Elbow, and then onto the Conrod Straight. The Audi needs to get a great run out of it. He has, but not as good as it could have been. And we wait to see if Hootman can get this done on the Conrod Straight down through the chase. Gotta be honest, I think that Lexus has got the legs on the Audi right now.
Apparently it does. I was quite astonished to see that it does have the straight line speed, which would go against the assumption we've made regarding the damage. So either Hootman is just saving fuel on an engine map that it really isn't supposed to be there, or he's just taking it easy on him.
Well, we will keep our eyes open on this one. This is going to be the first lap across the line then for Damien De Keyser. Here goes across and does a 2:05.7, but it was a 2:04.9 for Michael Hootman there. So Hootman has got the better pace right now. Was about 0.8 of a second faster on that last lap round, but wasn't able to make it stick. Might do it up here on the mountain stretch here. Tucks in behind the Lexus. Is he going to make a move to the left or to the right? Thinks about going to the left. Is he going to jink out to the right the last time? No, he doesn't. And again, that Lexus has him in a straight line here. Do you think he's maybe trying to put pressure on him, try to force him into a mistake here?
I think Michel hopes that he could, but he's not really in a position to do so. He's trying to put on pressure, but with what arguments? There are none. He just doesn't have the straight line speed. He'll have to hope for a mistake, I guess, out of the Forest Elbow, because otherwise I don't see an easy way of him getting past at all here.
Well, we'll keep an eye on this and make sure that we keep all of the action covered in this one. But Hootman's still trying to catch onto the back of Damien De Keyser here.
There.
Goes very, very wide there at the S's there, Nicholas.
Yeah, it's a code brown for a Hootman there, as he almost overcooks the car and just barely is able to save that one. Pretty sure that he's gone quite nuts on the wheel there to prevent that from happening, and no sort of shenanigans. However, that means the gap is basically doubled, tripled, and quadrupled in size. Where now to the sunset, well, we don't have a. No, that doesn't work. Okay, I'm just gonna abandon the rhyme I was gonna do, and I'm just gonna say that Michael is gonna have a second of a gap to the carpet.
Well, Nicholas, I'd like to give you the medal for you tried. It was a good effort, mate, but yeah, wasn't to be.
Wasn't meant to be, no.
Michael Hootman then has it all to do again over Damien De Keyser in that 777 Lexus. What does De Keyser do actually this lap round? It is a 2:05.3, and Hootman does a 2:06.0. Reece Spence Rob in the Ferrari down into 18th place there, so more places dropped for the Ferrari on its recovery drive now. 4 laps down, these cars just 3 laps down. And I mean, let's talk a little bit about the 15, Nicholas, because obviously we don't want to rub salt into the wounds here, but it should have been a very different day for that car.
And they are probably gonna have a talk like that at the end of the race here, doing a little team discussion on what could have been done different, because it's just a rough one. It's one to just check off, put your head up to the next one, and hope that you're not gonna be racing Bathurst too soon, because PTSD is a thing.
It certainly is. I'm just thinking as well that 15 in Odyssey Racing, taking the win at Monza and taking second place at Kyalami, the expectation on them to perform here today really put on their own shoulders by themselves with that stellar performance at Monza and Kyalami. But Team Digital Racing, the 42 Lexus, I mean, they kind of upset the car, and I wonder if they really showed form for the weekend by getting that pole position for today.
Chances are they did, and they really wanted to prove themselves in that way as well. But I honestly don't know if it's all that about that qualifying. You can just kind of showcase to the other drivers what you're about, and in the end, we're gonna see what happens on the track. We're gonna put on some more racecraft, and exactly that sort of feature is something you don't see at all when you're just looking at your raw lap time.
Yeah, that's a very, very good point. Just in the background there, you can see the 101 of Oliver Anderson for the Garage RIP 101 outfit, but they've had a pretty dismal day at the races as well. 9 laps down they are just now as they go across the line. But just watching this battle here with the Audi, got the absolute hold shot round the first corner there, round tail corner, gets a little drink off the toe there, is going to move to the outside. Oh, a little bit of contact there from the Audi, left it too late, and had to think about it again. The Lexus backs out of it, they're going to go side by side, and the Audi takes the position. But yeah, that was a little bit unexpected there from Hoopman to take that position after that contact.
Yeah, chances are what I am interpreting from what happened here is that Damien de Kaiser just noticed the poor run and eventually decided to lift off the gas just ever so slightly, which turned into a bump draft more than just a regular old slipstream. So that is sort of the contact that I'm expecting there. Just noticing the difference in pace with 3 hours to go. You have to keep in mind that there's going to be some driver swaps in the next couple of minutes, and chances are they're just looking to take back that 15th place after pit stops are fully covered.
Great points from Stefan Hoffman Arvidsson in YouTube chat there, saying should've, could've is the main thing about this race, to be fair. What could have been for so many teams right now? One team that is not going to be caring a single jot is the number 22 outfit in the lead of SimSport Racing. That is, of course, Chris Pinchbeck, Kieran Vidago and Regan Mitchell. They are loving life at the moment and looking very, very comfortable out in front. 112 seconds to second place. Simon Zimmerman, of course, after that pit stop. I'm absolutely speechless at that time. Nearly 2 minutes, and I'll be honest with you, I mean, it could be that the number 8 goes a lap down, and in which case, that is the leader putting everyone a lap down.
That would be an absolute beast of a run. The past couple of stints they've put up in this Aston Martin 22, then if that is the case, it looks like he is a lap down, but with the pit stops I would imagine that they're sort of in between strategies here. 20-30 minutes until Pinchbeck is going to have to go for another pit stop, so I would say that the number 8 is right now with 3 stops to go, but so is Chris Pinchbeck and the number 22.
Well, this is the really weird thing. So Pinchbeck is only 6 laps into his stint, believe it or not. That is,
Really?
I'm struggling to believe that. Pinchbeck is 6 laps into his stint.
That would be fantastic news for them.
Simon Zimmerman is 2 laps into it. No, he's just started his stint. So Simon Zimmerman this is his very first lap into the car. But that's within the I mean, that's doable for Pinchbeck. And if so, that means that Pinchbeck could very possibly get the overtake done. I mean, I'm just looking here, right? Pinchbeck is about 15 seconds, maybe 10 seconds right now behind Simon Zimmerman.
Let's have a quick look here. So Simon Zimmerman setting his personal fastest lap so far in this stint with a fastest second sector for himself as well. And look at a big difference there. Second sector, fresh tires, that goes hand in hand. And I think it's going to be down to the pace of these 2 drivers as well as the ones to follow, which will really decide the end of the race here.
Wow. I mean, the fact that we're even considering whether second place could get lapped is just a frightening achievement for that 22 Aston Martin. I mean, they were nowhere. They were 23rd position after about 5 laps, and the recovery drive they've done is, I mean, I've obviously done a fair bit of sim racing commentary, and I think that performance from the 22 That might be one of the strongest recovery drives I've ever seen in sim racing.
Yeah, and for those who have tuned in later here, they were starting in 9th position and were 5th and 4th for a majority of this race. We're seeing a couple of position changes here up and down as well. So what I'm super impressed with is the pace, it's the consistency, and obviously the fact that they have just got it all figured out at the same time, because it isn't just one ability that brings them to the place where they are. It's a whole plethora of skills they've proven to us on this beautiful Saturday race at SRHI, 12 hours of Bathurst.
Yeah, if you have just joined us, a very good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's David Christie alongside Nicholas Krause, bringing you live coverage of the 2021 SRHI GT3 Endurance Championship round number 3 here from Mount Panorama in Bathurst in Australia. And oh yes, what a race we have had so far. The 15 is the talk of the town today because it was all looking so good for the number 15 outfit, your championship leaders of Odyssey Racing, Daniel Georges, Rhys Spence Robb and Clyde Banney. And in the space of 25 minutes, they went from with a spate of accidents coming across a lapped car in collision with them into turn 2. There was multiple spins by themselves, and it has just been a calamity of errors for the 15 team. And given that they led the championship, it was an amazing run of events. So, Nicholas Krause is away to go and get a little bit of a respite because he blooming well deserves it, having been on for hours and hours and hours straight off the bat. This is Rhys Spence Robb then for the number 15 Odyssey Racing, and it's a great point to actually take you through a lap here of Bathurst because really you get a fantastic idea of the elevation changes. We've just gone through turn 1 here as we sit in the cockpit. Thank you very much for that, Nicholas. Up mountain straight here, full on throttle. This is going to be one of the many overtaking opportunities. On the brakes heavily into Quarry Bend. You want to tuck in as much as possible. Don't touch the curb on the inside, but use as much of it as you like on the outside. Now, the key here into the cutting is to lift off the throttle, feather the brake, but keep control of the car. As soon as you feel that car sliding, off the brake and just gently feather that back through. The fast left section then is Griffin's Mount, then Reed Park, and this is Solman Park coming up here on the left hand side. Again, the elevation changes unreal. You want to sweep that car into the left hand side as much as possible, under Skyline to the right, and then down through the S. Is very easy to make this your last corner on the circuit. Through the S's then and through the right-hander at the dipper down towards the Forest Elbow here. An amazing straight awaits you. This is the legendary Conrod Straight here. You come back down the side of the mountain and to one of motorsport's fastest corners. This right-hander here. The car doing what's probably about 160, 170, maybe even 180 miles an hour down onto the brakes at the 100-metre mark on the right-hand side there, into that left-hander and through the chase, underneath the Liquimolly bridge there, and then into the final corner, this left-hander at Murray's Corner. Again, very deceptive. Oh, and Thomas Van Schaik gets a drive-through penalty. So 8th place, 2 laps down, and that's a drive-through penalty, and I don't think that's been a penalty assigned by race control. That's going to be for track limits, I think. So yeah, that's a bombshell to see the number 16 getting a drive-through penalty at this stage of the race. My goodness me. Well, let's have a look at this then. I'm just seeing a lot of jokes in chat about the 101 team buying all the pizzas. I think I think yeah, that's maybe the only way they're going to get some money out of tonight, because that car is They gave it a try, to be fair. They gave it a try. But under 3 hours left to go in this race, and it's safe to say it's been a very topsy-turvy race. It's been up, it's down, it's been round and round and up and all about here for the SRHI Endurance Cup here, round 3 at Mount Panorama. Just watching here on Thomas Van Schaik for 610 Motorsport, wondering if he's going to come in just now for that drive-through. He doesn't, and I hope he's been informed, because it will come up on his HUD in the cockpit, as we see some drivers already coming in. That is Scepter into the pit lane for the number 69 machine. That is, of course, Cohen Scepter for the number 69 into the pits. And strategy again is going to be the huge factor now, because now we're coming down to crunch time. Now we're coming down to the final 2 pit stops of the race. You're going to have one, maybe 3 pit stops actually, with one at 2 hours to go, with one at 1 hour to go. So we'll see how they stretch out. Benjamin and Coral here in the 169 Ferrari for RNE ACC. Again, another team that was up in the top 10 for a good chunk of the race, and then it's just slipped away from them towards the end here. The 169 jumping out to 14th position, and you can see Medema in the 74 Lamborghini just up the road. So as always, you can check out Sim Racing Hub International on our socials here. At the top of the screen, you can see SRHI.eu. You've got a Twitch link there, YouTube as well as Facebook, and come and jump on Discord as well. If any of the drivers fancy having a chat, jump in Discord, jump in the interview channel, and we will say hello. But we can see here Brian McConnell down in 14th place here, and I'm just watching as we see the 111 Team Simsport of Adam Izailovic into the pit lane here, and again the cars are all spread out very, very easily. That gap, I've got to be honest, right, I am absolutely speechless at Simon Zimmerman in that number 8 Bentley in second place, 2:03.423. He has just been firing in absolute rockets of laps, left, right and centre. Every single lap has been an absolute monster. 2:03.9, 2:04.1, 2:03.8, 2:03.4. This is consistency. This could change something. If he can keep this consistency, if he can double stint and do 2 hours at that pace and taking a second, 1.2 seconds off of the car in front every single lap, yeah, that could apply quite a lot of pressure. Some very clever strategy or pit stops as well, and that car could be in a very, very good position. We know Chris Pinchbeck does have to pit before Zimmerman, and I don't know what you would want to do if you're Zimmerman. Do you want to pit early and cover off Pinchbeck and try and get it done that way, or do you try and stretch the car out as long as you possibly can? Because let's not beat around the bush here, he is certainly not fuel saving with the pace that car has got just now. Absolutely firing down out of Forest Elbow there, down the Conrod straight, and he is on a mission right now, is the number 8 Science Friction Racing driver of Simon Zimmerman. Of course, Simon, the lead driver in that team. We spoke to Simon earlier on in the broadcast. I think Simon actually was the first driver that we spoke to, and felt that things could have went, they could have been better, but he was fairly happy with the result. And given the championship standings, given the fact that Science Friction Racing are down in 6th place in the championship, this is a huge, huge result for them if they can take 2nd place. Mark Nido for Coupe Team Future Sports in the 333, just exiting from pit lane just now. He's going to come out behind Zimmerman in that number 8. In fact, almost side by side. He's going to tuck in for a little bit of slipstream there. But yeah, he's not going to be any issue whatsoever. Just having a look here, because we need to do a 101 check and see where they are just now. Right, so it's Oliver Anderson who is, in pit lane. I've got a horrible feeling they have ditched it and are going home. They're taking their ball and they're going home. It could just be a pit stop, could just be that Oliver Anderson doing it is just a pit stop, so the 101 back on track. Right, we can all be very, very happy that the 101 is still going. 404 is Nicola Landman just behind the wheel on that one. 11 laps down and 15 laps down consecutively. The Zimmerman doing a 2:03.6 in second place there, and that gap now 108 seconds. Chris Johansson doing a 2:04.6, but yeah, Chris Pinchbeck still on the 2:04.5. So we'll run down your top 10 in just a second. So a very warm welcome back to Nicholas Kraus, who is back. Had a little bit of a break, a little bit of coffee, a little bit of energy drink. He's jittering, he's ready to go. 2 hours 50 left to go in the race, and it feels like it was just about 50 minutes ago that we started the race.
Really, it's been going by quite quickly. It's actually gone by so quickly that I have the headset on in order to avoid an echo coming from the sound system. I would usually hear it on full blast, you talking, so I have a headset on, and now they rang my door apparently 5 times, they called me twice, and I just barely got my food.
Oh no! Did you get it? Did you get your takeaway?
Oh yeah, I got myself some like a panini and then a pizza as well, which probably half of that is going to be food for tomorrow. These chances are that's how I wanted to pan out. Yeah, that was a close one. I almost missed my food delivery, which I had already paid for, just because the broadcast was too good. Now up in the front here, we've
that is exactly what you can blame on the broadcast. And Thomas Van Schaik having a huge moment through the chase, keeps control of that Mercedes-AMG GT3, but wow, that was looking very, very sketchy indeed. Gets going again down through Murray's, but yeah, that car was all over the place, and I tell you what, that is some mighty, mighty epic car control there. Those GT3 cars are an absolute handful when they go, but maybe more so that Merc, because obviously it's very weighted towards the back of that car, and the front doesn't want to play ball at all.
Yeah, exactly. The AMG is especially prominent when it comes to this. Now, the thing is, maybe they've sent them out on the wrong tires, which kind of got that oversteer, that sort of slide you're getting around there. Because the last lap for Thomas Van Schaik is, quite surprisingly, it's a 2:26.4, which is way off the pace that he was doing before the pit stop.
That's a very, very good point, but I mean, Van Schaik, he really, he doesn't need to be pushing right now unless I'm mistaken. I mean, he's in a comfortable position at the moment in 8th place. He's trying to catch up, I think, on Van Drunen, but Van Drunen still has to pit right now.
Yeah. But I'm just finishing my food in the background. I'm on off. I can just do the cams and talk to you a little bit.
Let's have a look here. 2:48 left to go, and just enjoying the race as we see Thomas Van Schaik trying to catch up to one of the lapped cars there. Gets past it, makes no issue of that whatsoever. But yeah, awesome stuff in the 610 Motorsport machine. And again, he's just settling into his rhythm right now, but he's going to have to watch actually, because I've just realised he has got Tim Kroll in the car behind him, catching at a rate of knots. That gap is now about 5 seconds, and we've got a nice little battle for 7th, 8th and 9th on the cards here.
If we would have talked about 1.5 laps ago, I would have completely agreed with you. You had such a comfortable lead, but you completely baffled. You just played that out within 2 laps or so. So Van Schaik reducing that 30-second gap to what is less than 5 seconds at this point in time, 3.3. When Tim Kroll comes across the line, last lap 2:04.5, where that's about 2 seconds, 2 whole seconds quicker than the AMG ahead. So if that continues going on, and I do consider my suspicion with either having a bit of a rough one right now or not quite on the fresh set of tires, that narrative seems to be continuing up at the front here, where now we're seeing lots of cars heading into traffic. The hill is absolutely bonkers full of cars right now. Most of them now going to the end as there's the 74 car being quite slow. Let's jump on there.
Great stuff to see though. This is Jitse Medema in the Dark Sky Racing Lamborghini. They've really struggled in that car. That Lamborghini has not been kind to them at all. Tim Kroll is, I believe, just a couple... in fact, no, excuse me. I'm looking at completely the wrong car there. 30 seconds up to the nearest car, which is the 11 of Vale. And then Krupp is 7.5 seconds behind. So Jitse Medema just behind the Audi there. I think that is the... is that the 84 of Hoopman that he's just come out behind? In fact, Hoopman will have gone into the pits there, so they'll have handed over the car to that.
Considering it's the only Audi on track currently, the chances are quite high that it's Hoopman now.
I'm glad you said that. I didn't want to presume, because I've done that before in previous broadcasts where I'm like, well, there's only one that I can see, so it's definitely that one. And like, lo and behold, the leader is like that car or something that I've completely not recognised until that point. So
Could
yeah,
be that I'm off as
I
well.
try not to make presumptions there.
That's alright, that's the better thing to do. So I have the info over here. It's Hoodman, will rather Barge now, that is in the number is 84 here, currently 7th position. Ron Barge is currently piloting that Audi up and around the track, and we've had a couple of position changes due to the pit lane, but not too many fights here in the last half an hour, really.
Yeah, just watching Eurosevlins here for the 937 Dynamics Motor Sports car here, and I'm seeing the Aston Martin try to go around every which way, but loose around that car. It's not going to happen through the S's, and it's not going to happen down towards the Dipper, surely not. This is looking very, very sketchy, and they've done it. How have they done that? That's down into Forest Elbow there, and Joris Evelyn says having a minor heart attack in that car as an Aston Martin just absolutely sends it up the inside there. I've got a feeling that might have been the 333 of Edo that actually just did that there. Let's have a look. That's
Yep, you're absolutely
it
right.
is. I'm quite impressed. The fact I'm recognising these liveries
You got it
straight
right.
away there. Martin Edo for Coupe Team Future Sports there absolutely sent it from nowhere in the Dipper there.
And he made it work too. He announced the maneuver quite well. You could see he already announced the maneuver before Skyline, just being patient until there's the first opportunity, really. And then when he was to the inside, the Honda basically just opened up the steering and allowing Martin here to take the position and on track. Just the smart thing to do, really. They don't really have the sense in position 22 that they're going to be fighting too closely with anyone, and they really just don't want to mess up anyone's race at this point in time. So while it is quite fierce of a maneuver from Martin here, I do appreciate the effort from the Honda driver here, Evelyn's.
Well, we are joined by royalty, stuck outside in the Mount Panorama sun, getting sunburned to a crisp, waiting to get into the commentary shed. It's none other than Regan. Regan, good afternoon. We've got some sun cream here for you. Hope you're not burnt too badly waiting outside there. Right, what on earth are you playing at today, Sunshine? That was just unbelievable pace.
Hello, yeah. It's very hot today in Mount Panorama, 34 degrees. I'm all sunburned because I've been waiting for the shed. But yeah, it's been a very mixed race for me. You might be surprised to hear. There's no greater shame than hitting the back of your teammate. But I'll try my best to make it up for at least my car. And yeah, I've been driving the best I can for both stints.
Now, on that note, because obviously we were saying, how far down did you drop? Because was it not like 23rd or 24th you were?
It was somewhere around 21st, 22nd.
Yeah. So talk us through that incident then with your teammate. Obviously, we don't want to rehash over the old grind, but for those just joining us.
Yeah, it's just lap one things when you don't expect a certain corner and speed or something like that. So accidents happen. Not much you can do sometimes.
But, I mean, you fairly made up for it right now. I mean, the pace you had in that first stint was just absolutely unbelievable. And then again, when you got behind the car, did you ever think, right, when you were down in the 20th position, that you were going to be in the lead of the race with 2 3/4 hours to go?
No, did not. I just wanted to make the best of the position, try and get my teammates in a better spot so they could carry forward with less traffic, less bother. But managed to go a bit beyond that, which is very good.
So, talk us through Mount Panorama, because obviously we get the wonderful pictures here thanks to Nicholas Krause, but as a driver, what is this track like?
It's very scary. As far as sim racing is concerned, just due to the fact it's so thin, you've got to basically do the same inputs lap on lap. It's almost like a rhythm game, like Guitar Hero, but with a steering wheel. And if you get it wrong, you've hit the wall and you've destroyed the car. So much more at stake than a game of Guitar Hero. But yeah.
Don't know about that, Regan. Have you not tried through the fire and flames? That's just about as much of a challenge, I've got to be honest. But yeah, like, joking aside, I mean, obviously 2 hours 40 to go. You and the rest of the team have worked so hard to get yourself back up to the top. But I mean, realistically, what are you hoping for from the race? Obviously, I'd imagine taking the W is going to be the aim for it. Do you see any threat from the number 8 behind you?
Yeah, somewhat, because it's very fast, but we are very consistent in this car. We've got it set up very stable. It's basically it's really nice to drive. In the first stint when it was colder, I had more grip. I was able to come down the mountain doing a 203 flat with the push to talk button pressed and having banter. Is that good to drive this car? So we know the number 8 only has 2 pit stops left, we believe, and we're pushing our stint times. We may have to do 3, but we're basically right on the limit of stint time and to maybe skip an entire pit stop over the race.
Well, I just was a way to touch on that, Regan, because obviously we see that Chris is when Zimmerman came out of the pits, that Chris had only done 6 laps of his stint. So, are you trying to equalise those stint times together?
Yeah, basically we've been pushing right to the limit of the stint time every stint, and and we've just hit the wall, but that's okay.
Actually, let's focus on that, Regan, because when you see a moment like that, right, what goes through your head? That's broadcastable.
You get this feeling in your you know, if you're on a roller coaster and you go over a crest and you get the hard feeling in your stomach, it's kind of like that. Not a nice feeling, but look, he's got going again, so I'm not too fussed about that.
I mean, obviously, this could have been so differently for you guys as well today, because during your first stint, you had all the way down to that 20th position. And I've been asking a lot of the teams this today. How did you as a team pull together and keep yourselves focused on the race? How did you keep yourself, in the zone during that?
We just keep it positive in the chat. Just try to give all the important information and just encouragement, just to keep us driving at our best.
Well, that sounds like the plan. Regan, thank you so much for coming in and chatting with us. And from the sounds of it, there's a very distinct possibility we could be speaking to you in just over 2.5 hours' time, buddy.
Very much hope so, thank you.
There we go, Regan Mitchell then from the number 22 SimSport Racing Machine alongside Kieran Vidago. But Chris Pinchbeck hitting the wall up the mountain there, and Nicholas, that is a little bit of a nervy moment, and he is not able to shake off those cars just behind him.
They actually were gaining just a little bit because of the slight incident. I don't think that's really representative of what Chris has been doing for the past 40 minutes or so. And has it been 40 minutes in this stint? He's definitely been driving for a good long while. I'm kind of losing track of time. It's a little bit like driving but in the sense that in a casino they don't have any clocks or any outside light. They do have some outside, but the day has been speeding past, to say the least.
Yep, 2:30 virtual time here in the amazingly beautiful recreation of Mount Panorama Circuit here in Bathurst. 2.5 hours left to go in this 12-hour race, and my goodness me, has it flown by ever so quickly. Tim Philbrook will be back with you in just over half an hour's time, and then I'll be jumping back in to make it a big party atmosphere in over an hour. We've got Steve Proudley up on the comms as well, so it is going to be a big party in the commentary box tonight, and we better prepare ourselves on the stream for an influx, because that other big famous race in Germany has just been red flagged. So yeah, there's no racing there, so you might as well be watching this, and why wouldn't you be wanting to, because we have got it going on. And Fabri Torre, as if he's listening to us right now, is trying to showboat his way down through Skyline, down through the S's, and yeah, that is quite a flamboyant way to get around that corner.
Yeah, it's one way to do it, certainly. In the background here, that's the car that he's trying to persuade to give him 6 players. It's the AMG number 69 of Von Drunen there. So I'm quite excited to see if he can get something going. Would be a nice end to the stint here. Getting just break in time. Wonderful stuff there by Torre. It's Fabri's specialty, you could say. This last sort of sector, he's definitely gaining some time here, cutting down the gap to 4.8 seconds. Looking when it comes across the line, chances are that gap will once again have reduced. Not quite that time around, but regardless, I think the sector times are going to speak for themselves. So the Team Abbey Racing and the number 69 might be the next coming up battle here out on track.
Well, we'll certainly keep our eyes on that, because Van Drunen is getting caught potentially by Fabri Toure, but we'll have a look at that one as it develops, because of course Toure just across the line there. So the pit stops are going to start happening very shortly for the leading two in about 10-15 minutes, I would surmise to guess, for Zimmerman and for Pinchbeck here. This is Chris Johansson in that third place, and I'm just watching here actually between the gap between Zimmerman and Johansson there, and it's a safe gap there. It's about 25 seconds, but 25 seconds after a 10 hours and 12-hour race is not all that confident filling, is it?
Not much at all, really. It's so easy to just get that little bit of a squiggle in the wheel coming down the mountain. That's going to send you sideways, and chances are it's going to be very difficult to recover now through the traffic. This group is looking to add one more to the conga line here. To the outside then is the port number 404 being forced. It's quite nice alliteration. I did that accidentally. Now,
well done, mate. Well done. I'm very proud of that one.
I'm just fishing compliments at this point. So yeah, Chris Johansson and the team DGTL with a pack that's very similar on pace here, actually being led by the leader of the race.
Just looking as well as Pinchbeck losing another second to Simon Zimmerman here. Let's again reiterate the fact that Simon Zimmerman has taken, I would say, about 18 seconds out of the gap for the lead in the past 15 laps here. That is just absolutely unreal. I mean, let me just read you through his times here. 2039, 2041, 2038, 2034, 2036, 2036, 2035, 2041. It's just absolutely immense pace right now from Simon Zimmerman. So consistent, and he is absolutely on it right now. And 100 seconds is not enough for me to feel happy with 2.5 hours left to go in an endurance race. I want more than that. I want to get at least a lap on the car behind me.
They are in a position where this sort of pace definitely is there. They have enough time for anything to happen. not just in terms of incidents, but just on raw pace alone. Chris Pinchback is doing a good job, but the question is it enough to win the race?
Quite truthfully, yes, it is, because if it's the gap is 100 seconds, and there's about he's catching the leader by at least a second a lap. It was 1.8 seconds. That we'll possibly see an improvement there from Chris Pinchek. But I mean, that was a 2:03.7 from Simon Zimmerman. Yes, I think it's very, very possible. We've got probably, I would say, another maybe another 50 laps or so here at Mount Panorama, and 50, by a second and a half. Maybe it's within the realms of possibility, but bear in mind we've got strategy, we've got pit stops to factor in as well. Amazing stuff with as I said, 2.5 hours left to go. A very good evening to everyone that is watching us on YouTube. This is the SRHI Endurance Cup for 2021. This is round 3 here at Bathurst Mount Panorama. It's David Christie here along with Nicholas Kraus. And I mean, we've been spoiled, Nick. There's no other way of saying it. 9.5 hours, we have been absolutely spoiled for action.
Yeah, most certainly. So it's been one of the tightest races, way up at the front. Lots of action, lots of incidents as well, and beautiful overtakes to top it all off.
Certainly has. We see Mark Camford, DC Sim Racing team, coming down through the S's at the moment. He is chasing down the number 84 of Barsh at the moment, and yeah, cracking little battle that they've got going on just now. About 3/1000ths of a second, and what an epic battle. In fact, I tell a lie, because I think that is the Audi actually behind them already. So I think Mark Ham has got that move done and already makes it look so easy. So yeah, awesome stuff. Barch already in a battle now with number 5 Rob as well. So there's battles all over the track here.
Yes,
and that Ferrari, the Ferrari looks like he might be about to lose another place here.
Yeah, let's jump on over there right now and have a quick look. Looks like Barch is definitely closing in, and we can jump on board here into the dashcam for a brief moment and see where the distance is. If you can nail this first one, it's just slightly wide, gets to turn in very nicely there. And the Rusted Famous say it's kind of the run that you definitely want, and now this is flat if you dare, doesn't quite that time around. Now revving out to the very top of that third gear, and around about 210 kilometers is the speed that you're carrying through there. 220 for the next one. Is just absolutely on the limit of traction. They're using all of the track available to himself. Down the gears. He's definitely going to have to slow down after that one. Slightly botched entry to Skyline will send him back just a little bit. But he keeps in check of the car, which is the only real benefit from that second sector so far.
Yeah, just looking at that last lap there from the 15. The 15's had a bit of a moment. That's why the car has been caught up so quickly. We'll watch them as they come across the line, but down through the corner straight. Here comes your number 8 in second place then of Simon Zimmerman. He's going to want to get past very quickly indeed, but the Audi is just sitting in the way there. It's just doing its own thing, and it's up to the Bentley to make its way past at the soonest available opportunity. I think it's going to be on the run down to the final corner here, down into Murray Corner, and that Audi just lets the position go. Great awareness there from the Audi of Barsh, and again just have to try and catch up to Simon Zimmerman there. You can see Pinchbeck much slower lap there because of having to let that position go in that second sector. So it could be that in fact, sorry, no, that's Simon Zimmerman, excuse me. That's why, of course, Simon Zimmerman's much faster than Chris Pinchbeck there. So Simon Zimmerman up in second place there. That last lap, 2:03.8. Again, that is another 1.9 seconds off your race leader. The gap now under 100 seconds with 2.5 hours to go.
Quite impressive to see him put out that time despite running through traffic here. 2:03.8 is much quicker than some of the other lads would imagine to get in A, qualifying, B, better temperatures, and C, in much less fuel. It's incredible.
Yeah, it certainly is, and we'll just keep our eye on that in the background because, of course, 97 seconds will come down very, very rapidly, and I would also imagine Chris Pinchbeck is going to hand over that car now. If Regan gets back in that car, there's trouble, because Regan has got a lot of pace, and so does Kieran Vidago. But the fact is that Simon Zimmerman is just driving the wheels off of that car right now. So actually, to be fair, is Ern van Drunen in the number 69 right now. But it's still too close to call, because we were 6 hours ago, Nicholas, and we were almost certain that it was looking dominant for the number 15.
It's a turn of events that can happen
Look
to
where we
any
are.
of the cars out on track. I'll actually take it to give a quick and nice intro to one of the most important lads out there when it comes to the streaming business. I'll let you know who that is in 1 second.
Well, we can hear some heavy breathing in the commentary booth. And there's a new name that's appeared in the commentary booth. I don't know who gave him the keys. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, to the man, the myth, the legend that is chewing on a pizza. So what better time to bring him into the commentary tower than this? But a very, very warm welcome. And yeah, he's been thoroughly enjoying it. Before we bring him in, before we interrupt the party with Steve Proudly, Nick, I mean, it's just been a fantastic race so far, hasn't it?
I mean, if we're looking around in the 24-hour race, obviously it's red flag at the moment as far as I am concerned. It's been like the place to be, really. If you got yourself hands on YouTube, got yourself some good recommendations, got yourself a spot where the algorithm wants to treat you a little bit, chances are you'll be here. And if you don't want to miss out another one of these, you better make sure to drop a sub, because it's just been mega, really.
Well, in the 15 seconds since I've announced that Steve Proudly was in the commentary box, we're up to 52 viewers now. Steve Proudly, a very good evening, my friends. You've been a busy boy today. This may be a little bit of respite for you.
Yeah, good evening. Well, SRHI always put on a good event, and Bathurst, what a location. I have been watching the stream on and off throughout the afternoon, and I did see Chris Hill mentioning free pizza, so obviously I've turned up, I'm here. But yeah, what racing we have had. I saw the SSR car early on in the race way down the order, and I'm very pleased to see it's back at the top end of the order. So Bathurst hasn't disappointed this afternoon, and you guys have certainly done an excellent job so far of bringing the action and informing the viewers. So well done, guys, and I'm just going to come for the last couple of hours and try and share it and bask in your glory.
Yeah, there we go. Steve Proudly basking in the glory that we made. But no, look, seriously, thank you very much. It's an awesome privilege to be invited into the SRHI community and to be part of this amazing event. I mean, this is just some stellar racing that we've had here for the past 12 hours, and no matter where the cars are through the grid, there's always somebody to fight with. And Nicholas Landman, despite that, has decided to pick a fight with the Fens, Garage RIP 101. Yeah, I think at this point they would be safer going for pizza.
That's just the nature of this track, though, isn't it? There is no room for error, and I'm sure you've covered this many times, but one mistake and that is it. I mean, you know, you can be as far as you want into the lead, you can be in no man's land minding your own business, and you make a mistake and, you know, it's going to cost you potentially positions, or at the very least it's going to impact some damage which could cause for an early pit stop or something. And I'm sure you have seen all the action today, and you've seen every connotation of every accident, incident, and overtakes, and I'm sure there's been some really, really good racing, because that's what SRHI is all about, as I have the privilege of being involved streaming their GT3s and GT4s week in, week out, and they never disappoint, and it's good to see some names up there. A name that doesn't surprise me by seeing his name at the top is Zimmerman in second place, a very quick guy, and more importantly, usually a very consistent driver as well. So good to see Zimmerman up there. A few other names as well, but I'm sure you've got some stories to tell me. I mean, so far, which have been the teams of the day?
Right, teams of the day. The eight at the moment. Simon Zimmerman is just on another level with the consistency, the pace. The 22, the SimSport team. I mean, Regan has absolutely blown me away with the performance that he put in. Obviously, there was that incident in the early stage of the race, but Regan just got the bit between his teeth. And if you told me 10 hours ago that the number 22 was going to be in the lead handsomely of this race, I would have actually laughed at you. I can't help feeling so sorry for the number 15 team just now. It's been such a fall from grace for them, just purely because of that incident for Odyssey Racing and Clyde Bainey getting caught up by lap traffic, arguably a questionable move around turn 2 there. It was deemed to be a racing incident because there was no protest put in. But to go from leading the race and having lapped nearly everyone's got a car off at the top skyline, and that's going to be into the wall there. Oh, that is not where he wants to go. That's Filippo Gambarini for the Racing Point number 71, and gets going again, so I can bring it down an octave because that was a bit scary. But yeah, the 15. I mean, how a team can implode in 25 minutes, and it's all been downhill for them, for that Ferrari. 17th place. It's not good enough. They have got the pace there, they've got the performance there, and they should have done much better today.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Bathurst always leaves some teams with a bitter taste in their mouth, and obviously some, very few, but some will get that sweet taste of victory. But as I said before, 2 hours 19 minutes, that's an awful long time to go on any racetrack. But Bathurst, it is an absolute lifetime. But yeah, looking at the pit wall live timings, as you say, Zimmerman, I mean, he's a second and a half more or less faster than Pinchbeck, who's in P1 at the moment. So that gap, although it's a reasonable gap, it's coming down, and with that sort of time left, that there is time to bring that gap down. It only takes a couple of little mistakes, small errors, and there will be no gap at the front, and we could end up with a fight for the lead, because it's not over until it's over, as the old cliche goes. I for one look forward to seeing some really good racing around here, but I can see on the track map again on Pitwall Live, we've got cars all over, so I'm guessing that the back markers are coming into play a lot as well, because as we know, catch the back markers up and over the mountain, and you literally, all you can do is wait. There is no safe place for them to really let you past up there. You've just got to be patient and wait till you come down the Conrod and get past them down the straight.
100%, that is absolutely spot on there. Steve, excuse me a second, the doorbell's ringing. I think that is my pizza just arrived. Let's bring in Oliver Anderson. Oliver, in the Garage Rip 101, did you bring my pepperoni pizza?
No, it's being delivered currently by Chris Hill, so it's somewhere in the region of England. So
he's a busy boy.
That's okay. Yeah, he's a busy boy. Oliver, I mean, right, let's talk seriously. It has not been the greatest day for Garage Rip 101.
no, we have a tough car to drive here. If you want to be fast in the Porsche around this track, you really need to have cojones so big that they are operating the pedals through the mountain section, because we lack so much speed down the straights. And every time we try and go fast through the mountain section, it sort of backfires big time on us. So it haven't been good.
I'm not sure that's what they mean by balance of power, but yeah, nevertheless, look, it's been a case of trying to get the best out of a bad situation, and with the fact that 35 cars started 25th at the moment, still get bragging rights over the sister car, the 404, that has got Landman in it just now. Is it now just an inter-team battle?
For sure, kind of. It's also about getting the new guys, Nikolai and Niklas, some experience in the car, working with traffic for the upcoming rounds now, and basically just having a good time. Don't be too much in the way of the leaders, but also cause a bit of chaos if it happens. Don't just park the car on the side of the road when they come. They have to maneuver around traffic if it so happens. So that's basically what we are trying to just have fun at the moment.
And talk us through the race from yourself at the moment, Oliver, as well, because obviously it's a very, very difficult track, and it catches the best GT3 drivers out in real life and in sim racing again, and it's you're either a hero or you're a zero here.
Oh yeah, sure. We are the zeros, of course, on this track. And it's basically everywhere that's tough on this track, even if you think that the Chase and the Morris Corner and the Hills Corner are easy corners. They are really not. They are also among some of the harder corners around the racing circuits that we are racing on, because of the crazy curbs you'll come into. So it is really the worst place to drive this track, and also we sort of messed up the stint strategy a little bit. From the third hour when I took the car the first time, I drove the double stint for 2 hours, went out of the car for 1.5 hours, and then drove for 2.5 hours again afterwards. So I have been a little bit stressed with strategy, and besides that, having to be in the steward's room on the side of driving the car and keeping an eye on what's going on in the team, it has been quite busy this evening for me personally.
And on that note, again, one of the questions that we've been asking all of the teams, with how difficult a race this has been for the 101 and, arguably the 404 as well, how have you been able to keep the team focused? How have you kept the other drivers in a good place in terms of jumping back into that car and keeping things going for the remainder of this 12-hour race?
Yeah, we have kept our spirits up as we always do, joking a little bit around when driving, but not so much that we start laughing too much in the mountain section. That happened once, and I ended up spinning the car into a wall. But we're trying to just have fun with it.
Well, Oliver Anderson, thank you so much for joining us tonight. We'll try and get a word with you after the race is done. But enjoy the rest of it.
I'll try. You too, guys, and don't wait too long for that pizza. I heard Chris was making it with extra cheese, so maybe don't eat it.
Well, that's we'll send the bill to you. Thank you very much, Oliver Anderson, there from the 101 Garage Rip 101 Racing Teams. We see Carlo Denise for Racing Dude Motorsport into the pit lane for a drive-through penalty. But Steve, I mean, again, going back to the race, 2.25 hours left to go. I mean, it's still anyone's game. If I'm in the lead and I'm Chris Pinchbeck, I'm not happy at all. I'm not feeling comfortable with the fact that Simon Zimmerman is taking 2 to 3 seconds off of my lead every single lap. That gap is now down to 90 seconds. That's nothing.
Certainly not around this track as well. As we said with the traffic, you can soon lose another 2 seconds on your lap time. I mean, on his last lap there, he did a 2:08, which was 3 seconds slower than his previous lap. So my guess is he caught somebody over the mountain.
It was an in lap. That's what it is. He's just into the pits.
He's just pits. Yeah, okay, well spotted. But yeah, I mean, it's so easy to lose time. Maybe now coming out of the pits, maybe on a fresh set of tyres, maybe their lap times will come back down again, because I know for a fact that they're capable of faster times than that, and I think they will have to respond to Zimmerman, because at this moment in time, even though they've got that big lead and they are out in the lead, I think they will be feeling the pressure, and that's when mistakes can come, unfortunately. So hopefully, they'll get out, he'll get 2 or 3 more laps under his belt now, get the tyres bedded in, get everything up to temperature, and start to see some lap times that will instill some confidence in his driving, because that's what he needs right now.
Well, talking of confidence in the driving, one man who's just had all of the air knocked out of his sails, Tim Schaefer for Wii Sports Racing, gets a drive-through penalty, and that is an absolute just an absolute missile through the side of that car at this late stage in the race. 2 hours left to go, a drive-through penalty. Yeah, that is going to possibly take him down to about 8th or 9th position. Jaros Wenzel for GPR Esports here in the middle of a bit of a 3-car melee. All these cars on different, I believe, on different laps right now. I mean, it's just incredible action everywhere through. I've got the feeling that is one of the Rip Garage 101 cars, actually. I think it's the 404 he's just got past there. But again, with 2 hours 10 left to go, what do you do if you're Simon Zimmerman? Because obviously Pinchbeck has just gone in, and the strategy is now starting to close up between those two.
Yeah, I mean, all you can do is stick to your strategy. I think at this late stage in the game, basically, you've made your decisions throughout the previous hours of racing. You stick to your strategy unless you can see an obvious gain, win-win situation, and you keep pushing as he has been. I mean, he's obviously very comfortable at the pace he's at because he's doing it consistently. He's in the low 204s every single lap. Pretty much everybody else out there is doing, barring 1 or 2, are doing 205s and slower. It's going to be interesting for me. I'm watching that car 22 of Pinchbeck to see what his lap times settle out into over the next 2 or 3 laps, see what pace he settles down into, and to see if he can match and just at least get into the 204s. If Zimmerman's catching him at anything less than a second a lap, he'll be comfortable with the gap he's got. He can manage that gap. But if it's a second and a half a lap, then he's going to start feeling the pressure, and he's going to feel like he's got to push harder and harder. And as I say, that's when the mistakes can come, and that's not good for a driver's confidence. Obviously, getting the pressure on too much like that.
Yeah, just on that note, Zimmerman has brought that gap down to 23.5 seconds. Obviously, Zimmerman still has to jump into the pit lane himself, but I mean, that is insane pressure. That's almost down to the difference that Regan had in his car. When he took the car there for Team Digital Racing, not Team Digital Racing, excuse me, for SimSport Racing, Regan Mitchell, doing those cracking lap times and able to build the gap out of absolutely nothing. But it's all been turned on its head. And as a team, Steve, how frustrating do you think that must be to see one driver that can, bring up the deficit and extend it and really bring out the gap, and then another driver who seemingly, in comparison, I mean, the thing with Chris Pinchbeck is that he's not any slower than any of the other cars there, but when he's got Simon Zimmerman, what can that 22 team possibly have in their bank account to negate that?
Yeah, I think, we just seeing Schaefer there as he just loses a position, but I think it's not so much frustrating. I mean, endurance racing is a team event. Some drivers suit different cars, different tracks better. It's all about a compromise setup, so that, naturally, you're not going to get every single driver that's as fast at each track, and it's all about just, again, it's consistency, and it's about that equilibrium of just trying to get fair times out of the cars and be consistent. I don't think Pinchbeck is particularly slow, as you say. I mean, he's done it. He's in the 204s, albeit 204.9 with his last lap. So his time is coming down in the right direction, as Zimmerman did a 204.5. So we're down to 4/10 instead of a second and a half. So Pinchbeck's doing what he needs to do. So I don't think they'll be feeling any frustration. I think it's just a case of they'll keep going and they'll bag the points because, again, it's a championship. It's not a sprint. It's not just this one race. This race doesn't win you the trophy, the championship. There are other tracks to go to, so that they'll feel confident going forward that they've come all the way back from wherever they were. Was it down in P23 or 4 or something like that? They were at one point.
Yeah, it was about that.
Yeah, so they'll be confident. I mean, to be honest, I got a message off Chris earlier on this afternoon, and I said, "Do you think you can win it from where you are?" And he said, "We'll be happy with second." So to be in the lead now, it wasn't in his plans this afternoon. He was thinking second place. So they're exceeding their expectations after their poor start to the race. So well done to the lads, and I think they'll pull it together as a team effort. And I know they practice very hard together. They work hard together as a team, and it's a case of they play on each other's strengths and weaknesses at whichever track they go to. Because like I said, don't get me wrong, Pinchy's he's not slow here, but he might be the strong link at another track. It swings and roundabouts.
huge championship implications between the results just now, because as it stands, SimSport Solutions would take maximum points from this race ahead of Science Friction Racing. The difference between them in the championship just now, just 15 points, SimSport in third and Science Friction down in sixth position. And again, moving forward, Steve, to Imola, in the end of September, are many months away, but again, it leaves the championship wide open.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's what we want, isn't it? We don't want anybody to run away with the championship. We want it to be competitive. The drivers want it to be competitive because, as much as it's fun to win every race, it's nice to be challenged. It's nice to be racing with someone. It's nice to be looking at those stats and thinking, what do I need to do here? And that's a very easy answer to that question at the moment. They just need to win. Whichever team you're rooting for, they need to win to try and stamp some authority onto this championship, because to take away a win from the round, it'll give them confidence for the next round, albeit that they're spread out. You get lots of practice. There's separate qualifying sessions, so they need to go away from here with a win, feel confident, go to the next round and concentrate on the qualifying session to get a good start in the race. So it's all about confidence. It's endurance racing, consistency and confidence. It's not necessarily about the fastest lap times, because as we found out today, it's a long old race, it's a long drawn out affair, and the lap times can vary up and down the field, and obviously walls and crash barriers get in the way, cause incidents, back markers, and there's so many variables that it's not just about hot lapping, is it?
And that's exactly it. It's about the consistency and about that continued performance. I do have to apologise because, of course, Kieran Vidago is reminding me that it's SimSport Racing. So I was reading it directly from the SRHI table there, so I do apologise. So SimSport Racing is in third place in the championship and in the lead of this race. Simon Zimmerman here coming across some lap traffic, got the 101, the cursed car of 101 Rip Garage there, and the 404 just directly in front of that as well. That is, I'm going to be honest, if that's somewhere in Bathurst, that's probably the least likely place that you want to be on the track, is in the middle of those cars. They've really had mixed fortunes tonight. Let's run you down then your top 10. Chris Pinchbeck in the lead in the 22 car, ahead of Simon Zimmerman by 23 seconds. It's then Lasse Ugard taking over the number 42 Team Digital car in the Lexus in third place. They're 117 seconds behind your leader, but they are very shortly about to get lapped again. Martin Ido for the treble 3 is in fourth place. It's the Mercedes number 69 of Arne van Drunen in fifth place. It's the 187 Aston Martin of Tim Schafer in sixth place after that drive through. The 321 Ferrari of Fabri Turri did a cracking recovery drive there, getting up into seventh place. It's then Tim Crow in the 33 Lexus in eighth place. Ninth place is the 296 Lamborghini of Mike Nigoda, and then in 10th place is Robin Reuter in the number 16 Mercedes there, as Mike Niguda here, you can see him on his way up through towards the cutting, and it's safe to say these Lambos have really not had the best day out. In fact, there you can see there the number 74 of Medema getting a drive through penalty, and again doesn't look like it's anything from race control. That looks like it's going to be for track limits.
Yeah, absolutely gutting, isn't it? I mean, track limits around here, you've got to be doing something special to get cuts, because there's nowhere to go. You hit a wall. It's difficult to get track cuts here. But just going back to the battle for the lead, I see Pinchbeck's last lap was a 2:04.3 for round figures, and Zimmerman was a 2:04.8. So I think he's Pinchbeck's finding his form again, and that gap is now not shrinking. It's actually expanding ever so slightly. So maybe it was just the fact that the tyres were maybe shot on that car of Pinchbeck's, and he's now found his feet. But yeah, endurance racing, it's all about track limits and drive-throughs as well, isn't it? Because I'm sure we're going to see a few more with the last 2 hours and 3 minutes to go. We're going to see quite a few more drive-throughs, I think, before the end of the session, as Zimmerman now dives into the pits to make his pit stop, maybe for a fresh set of boots and possibly a driver swap.
It certainly could be, and Zimmerman, 30 laps he's done on those tyres, so that is a stint and a half in that car. He makes his way into pit lane, and I'll be honest, I think they need to leave him in. He's their best chance of actually getting anything from the top spot on the podium. Realistically, though, they're not going to be too unhappy with second place for the, as you say, for those championship points.
No, absolutely not. It's as we say, this championship is made up of several races, so it's just about scoring the maximum points that are achievable on the day, and you've got to recognise when when to push and when not to push. And second place is certainly not to be shied, as if we see some battling now down the Conrod Straight. It's a very, very hairy straight as they go into a slight kink right there, and then into a heavy braking zone now, and it's often catches cars out. And that is one place where we do see track limits abused as they cut across the grass, but all clean that time through and line astern. But Conrod Straight's not for the faint-hearted. But yeah, Zimmerman's team, they will be very happy with that second place, but that's not going to stop them pushing and trying to apply that pressure to the car of Pinchbeck, the number 22 car that's out front at the moment.
Just over 2 hours left to go, and we've still got battles going on track. This is for position. This is Tim Schafer for Wii Sports in the 187. Just behind him, you can see him side by side, is Fabri Tori in the 321 Ferrari. They are side by side as they go up Mountain Straight. Then this is an absolute drag race. You've got, that is the Mercedes that's just behind him as well. Thinks better of it. He's not want to have anything to do that. Is that actually the 69 of Van Druenen that is looking to get past there? I think he'll be possibly wanting to wait and let them get past here. It's Robin Reuter, sorry, for the 610 Motorsport in that number 16. So again, he is a further lap down, not involved in that battle there. Talking of involved, I think it's time we get somebody else involved here, because it's almost time to bring in our man himself, Tim Philbrick. Welcome back to the comms block. It's a bit of a party going on in here.
I was going to say, there's not much room in the Sim Racing Hub International shed, is there? I'm surprised you're standing that close to Steve Proudly, but we'll leave that up for discussion, and we'll talk about that another time. Yes, exactly. Definitely wash your hands on the way out. But look, 2 hours to go. This is setting up to be a fantastic run into the flag, David.
It certainly is. You've not really missed too much, really. It's as you were, the 22 of SimSport Racing's Pinchbeck out in front and making it look oh so easy, opening up that gap even more over Simon Zimmerman in the Bentley, who hands things over then to Haymach in the number 8 for Science Friction Racing. Marvin Ingenworth is going to be possibly getting one more shot in it, but it's Maritz Haymach behind the wheel just now in second place. You're watching the SRHI GT3 Endurance Championship here at Mount Panorama, and I guess time to hand over officially to yourself, Tim. We'll see you in an hour.
Thank you very much, David. And yes, here we go. This is it. The final 2 hours, 120 minutes into the checkered flag. It feels like it all comes down to this. The last 10 hours really have just been shaping up for this run into the checkered flag. And on board now with Fabri Tori in the Team Abbey Racing 321 Ferrari, looking for a way past Tim Schafer in the 187 Wii Sports Aston Martin. And Mr. Proudly, Steve, this is exactly what we love about endurance racing, and particularly the GT3 formula, isn't it? Because really, it doesn't matter how long the race is, it's all going to come down to those final couple of stints.
Yeah, absolutely. Every endurance race turns into a sprint race, doesn't it? Right at the end, we say it every single round. I think it's all about jockeying for position and trying to stay as far up the order as you can, obviously. But then that last sort of probably the last 60 minutes, once you've done your final pit stop, then it is just absolutely all out to the flag. And these guys at SRHI, as I've said on many occasions already tonight, they just don't let us down. And I'm sure you guys have had fun, and I'm sure you've been entertained by the standards of driving and standards of racing today, and what is the spectacle of Bathurst, and what is the animal that is Bathurst, because boy oh boy does it bite when you get it wrong.
Yeah, there have been a few instances. We're seeing 28 cars still locked in and running, and considering we started with 34 around 10 hours ago, that is no mean score, not a score to shake your head at. So great to see so many still taking part and so many still enjoying themselves. We spoke to drivers earlier, and and they were saying it's just about having fun. At the end of the day, we're all here to be competitive, get stuck in, but fundamentally enjoy ourselves whilst we do it. And this is going to be a strategy call here as Schaefer brings the Wii Sports Aston Martin down pit lane. So he's pitting with 57 minutes to go. That should really be one more stop after this one to get the team to the checkered flag. We're going to have to keep an eye on when Fabritori in the 3-2-1 Ferrari heads to pit lane. As here we have Tom Vandermeer in the Pulse Motorsport Lexus, the 777 car, running round in 17th place, 1.5 seconds off the back of the number 84 Audi. And you can see that the lap time comparison here, if anything, it looks like Vandermeer has been rapid through those second and third sectors, really brought the gap down to Ron Bartsch in the 84. And Steve, Bathurst really is a circuit about momentum, isn't it? Because get yourself into a groove over the top, and lap after lap, if you can just nail it, that's going to mean so much across the course of a stint.
Yeah, absolutely. And knowing myself, of having driven Bathurst many, many times, it is about rhythm, it's about consistency, and it's about having the confidence as well. You know, you always drive whichever car it is, you're trying to drive it flat out, you're trying to put it on that knife edge and balance it between lap time and consistency, and it is very, very difficult to do. But if you're in that rhythm, you're in that zone, it's fine. It's when you come up against another car, whether it be a back marker or whether you're racing for position, that's when the mistakes can come. And that's, we often say at other tracks, when you're running on your own, it can be quite hard to stay consistent because you're not almost concentrating maybe as much as you would be if you were battling. But I think personally, I think Bathurst the opposite, because the battle is with the track itself. That's the biggest battle here today. So yeah, you've really got to be in that rhythm, you've really got to be in that zone, because across the top of the mountain, if you back off a little bit because the confidence is not there, you can lose 1 or 2 seconds. If you don't back off and you make a mistake, it could end the race. It's just as simple as that. And it's a ferocious track, but it's a fantastic track. It is a real driver's track, and it's a track to attack, but with caution.
Yeah, definitely. We have seen a number of cars succumb to the barriers here at Bathurst, but one of these cars being the 84 on screen at the moment, that car has been damaged on numerous occasions. We've seen the bonnet lifted on the front end and scuffs and scrapes, but it's still here, it's still fighting on, and now in 16th place. And amazingly, it's one position behind one of our previous race leaders. You know, that number 15 Odyssey Racing Ferrari was at the front end and looking like it had the race wrapped up. Can you say that with 8 hours to go? Yes, it certainly felt like it. And now it's only one spot behind, albeit a couple of laps down. But it's never over to the checkered flag, is it? And with 1 hour 54, still plenty of time for things to still happen. We were hearing from some of the drivers as well, you know, about how they're just really pushing on, just wanting to get to the end now, wanting to get to that checkered flag and just ticking off the laps, ticking off the stint. And that's all you can do really as your driver, as your play your part in the team and get your stints done. And at the moment, Bartsch looking like he is losing out quite significantly now to Vandermeer, who's right behind him and will be getting the slipstream off the back of this Audi. The Lexus have been pretty strong round here today, and we saw the Lexus were fast in the opening few stints under the cover of darkness and as the sun began to rise over the Mountain Panorama circuit. But in the heat of the day, it's really been all Aston Martins at the front end. 3 of the top 6 have been Aston Martins continually throughout this race, and really those cars haven't dropped off at all, but there's been some fighting back through the order. But in this situation here, Steve, look, you're 10 hours into an endurance race. Your team have done however many hundreds of laps. You've had however many countless scares that you've managed to avoid or been caught up in incidents. And now there's opportunity to gain a position. It's hard to then switch on that racing mentality and really switch off that conservatism that's going to help you get to the checkered flag.
Yeah, as I say, it's a knife edge, and you're balancing the car, around the track, and you're also balancing your enthusiasm as well, because it's racing instinct. I think it's relatively easy to try and attack the car in front, but it's how hard you push it. It's having that self-control to know when to push and when not to push. And as I quite often say in my commentary, the best way of gaining a position sometimes, and especially around this sort of track, is just to pressure the car in front and potentially pressure them into a mistake that's going to open the door and let you through easily, because this isn't an easy track to pass. I mean, we're just coming up to one of the opportunities now where you could overtake if you can get a good run down Conrod, but there's not very many places to overtake. But we do have a battle here for P21, and this is certainly one angry Porsche that is now looking for a way forward and is going to be pushing the Honda very, very hard. Look, so close to the wall there, really committed, absolutely throwing that Porsche in, and the Porsche is one of the cars that does bite very savagely as they just come down through the dipper now, and this is a very difficult braking zone, because if you just trail brake too hard, it unbalances the car and it can rotate. The Porsche is very, very good at rotating like that, so it's very easy to lose it through there, but all very tidy, very, very close, and the Porsche is really hounding this Honda now as he comes through here, and Evelyn's in the Honda is really going to be feeling some pressure. That Porsche is now in the best optimum position now for picking up this slipstream, and you can see the Honda's just weaving, trying to ever so slightly make it a little bit more difficult, deciding which side of the track he's going to go on to defend as he weaves back across again. The Porsche just doesn't seem to have the legs, although it's in the slipstream, it's not close enough to launch an attack this time, and I think we're going to be safe for another lap here, Tim.
Well, you say about the Porsche being good at rotating, and unfortunately, Bjorn Renard in the 911 Team Hot Air Balloon Motorsports car has been facing the wrong direction on a few occasions over the course of this Bathurst 12-hour. That car was running as high as 5th place in the opening few hours, but has tumbled down the order and is now running in 20th position. But he looks to the inside into Hell Corner and gets the job done. So that's a change for position. The 911 going ahead of the 937 Dynamic Motorsports Honda NSX. Battle right down the order indeed, but a battle nonetheless. And this Honda's been so quick in a straight line. We've seen it all throughout the race, and he's dragged back past and got the position back on the run up towards Quarry along the mountain straight. It's just so much quicker in a straight line. And on the run up the hill into the left-hand hairpin at the top here at the cutting, job is done. Look at that. And Steve, that's so demoralising, isn't it? Work so hard, get the move done on the brakes, only to be dragged back past on the straights.
Yeah, absolutely, but it's all part of racing, isn't it? You got to get the overtake done, but then obviously once you've got the overtake done, you've got to be straight on that defensive somehow. I'm not saying he did anything wrong there. The Honda just seemed to have the pace and got the position back. But look through the twisty stuff over the top. The Porsche is all over the Honda, which at Bathurst is a telltale sign that the Honda is going to be quicker down the straights. So he needs to be the one doing the overtaking before they go into the mountain up through the cutting, and then he needs to pull as much of a gap over the top as he can, so that down the Conrod he can protect himself and defend his position. Again, he's going to follow in the slipstream, but I don't think, based on the previous lap, hopefully he proves me wrong, but I don't think he's going to have the legs to gain the position. So I think it's going to be resumed as they were previous lap. For me, he needs to be one doing the overtake up into the cutting.
Turning in there to the chase, 280 kilometres an hour, according to Pitwall Live. So close and so fast as we cut to the number 74 Dark Sky racing car, and that's been in the wars. Look at the front end of the Lamborghini Huracan. That's dented, scraped, and not how they intended it to look. With 1 hour 49 to go, an incident for the team again. They were so strong in the opening hours. I feel like I say that about every car in this race. There's so many contenders. The 74 was basically undercutting its way through the field. Up ahead, that's the Mercedes skipping through the grass and knocking a few of the advertising boards down. I was going to say it's the 69. That is Anthony Terhorst at the wheel. Unfortunately, he's coming to pit lane. Not sure if this is a scheduled stop or whether or not he was involved in a collision with the Lamborghini, running in 6th place at the moment. And looking at my timing screens, no, Anthony Terhorst has only been out for 2 laps of the Bathurst track. So this is an unscheduled stop. There must be an incident that Anthony has succumbed to, trundling down pit lane, and maybe we're starting to see signs of of human wear. You know, as much as we see the cars and fuel and tyres wear down, the human fatigue is certainly something to factor in at a track like Bathurst.
Yeah, and as we always say with the endurance races, you know, when you're the driver that's coming into the car, into the hot seat, it's always difficult tuning yourself back into that driving mode when you've had a break. And I think Bathurst has got to be one of the most difficult tracks to jump in and you know, be on the pace straight away without having an incident. And you know, like I say, at this stage in the race, I think maybe it's a bit of fatigue, but also I think it's maybe a fresh driver swap and just pushing a little bit too hard on the opening laps. But yeah, it's not over. We've got 1 hour 47 minutes left, still battling away, as we can see here on screen. Battling very hard as well. It's a horse was, God, I thought he was going to send that one up there, and I thought that that's not going to work at all. But it certainly looked like he was shaping up for that one, Tim.
We've had a couple of moves into there across the course of the race, and once again, Ron Bosch coming under fire from Thomas van der Meer in the 777 Pulse Motorsports Lexus on the run up the hill, up the mountain straight and into Quarry. But over the top, it looks like the Audi's just able to maintain that lead. This is the battle for 15th and 16th. As the Lexus has been quicker though over the top. At the moment, not being able to make an impact on the advantage of that number 84 Audi. But just there, actually, it's almost in one corner. Oh, here we go, full course yellow. So cars have slowed down. Everyone around the track will be limited to the pit lane speed limit. And in fact, the number 15 Odyssey racing car heads to pit lane. They're in 14th. I wonder if this is a strategy call or whether or not they were due a pit stop anyway. And just as I say, I was going to look at their pit stops. My computer does a quick hiccup. No, let's have a look. The number 15 indeed was due a pit stop. So that's excellent timing for Reece Spence Rob. He now is in pit lane and the car is being handed over. Sem Spenkelink in the box as well. And the only advantage of pitting under a full course yellow is that everyone else is trundling round exceptionally slowly. So being stuck in pit lane, completing your stop, you lose less time fundamentally to if everyone was going around at racing speed. So this could factor in towards the end of the race as we see our final stops. If you're pitting now, you're going to need to make one more visit to pit lane before the checkered flag. And it looks like there's a whole line of cars that have done that in the last 10 minutes or so. And it's Clyde Bainey now who's taken over at the wheel of the Odyssey Racing, number 15. And it's going to be interesting just to see how he's going to fare in this final stint. He definitely is carrying the burden of the earlier stints where things didn't go his way and really the car fell out of race win contention whilst he was at the wheel. Can he shake that off and can he bring it home cleanly, really, to show that he is quick in this car and he is capable of doing the stints? And with an hour 44 to go, I wouldn't be surprised to see Barney stay in the car till the end. It's the run into the checkered flag for sure, and this full course yellow could potentially throw a little bit of spice into the mix. Let's just give you a quick rundown of the order. Still leading the way is the number 22 Sim Sport Racing Aston Martin. Chris Pinchbeck, Regan Mitchell and Kieran Vidago recovering from outside the top 20 to now lead comfortably within sight of the checkered flag. Then in second place, it's Moritz Haymack in the number 8 Science Friction Racing Bentley. They've been up at the sharp end of things for the entirety of the 10 and a quarter hours that have preceded this moment. Then in third place, we have the Team Digital Racing Lexus as we go back to green flag racing. And the Lexus heading down the hill with a bit of traffic in front, and that looks like the 911 Porsche and the 333 Cup Team Future Esports Aston Martin. As we're seeing a drive-through penalty for Sander Vale in the number 11. And so that was your top three. And then it's Tori for the Abbey Racing team, Mazzopi for Cup Team Future Esports rounding out your top 5, Tim Schaefer in the 187 Wii Sports Aston Martin, Anthony de Horst in the Pro Sim Rig EU Mercedes, Alexander Delors for Lork driving in the 33 Lexus is P8, with Robin Reuter in the 10-6. 16 Mercedes rounding out your top 10, despite just picking up that drive-through penalty. Xander Vale in the number 11. So a quick run through the top 10 whilst we took a breather in that full course yellow, but we're back to racing now and the battles can resume. Theoretically, the gaps shouldn't have altered under full course yellow, but Steve, sometimes we see that they can just shift around a little bit, can't they?
Yeah, obviously it's very difficult to monitor, and some people are maybe a little bit fractionally quicker on the old pit limiter button than others, but you'd like to think it's all fair in love and war and whatnot, and the gaps will be pretty much as they were, pre-yellow fag. So hopefully battle will resume. Again, just focusing on the leaders there, just to be interested to see how fast they can get back up to speed and what lap times they'll put in these opening laps and how consistent they'll be, because I don't think the battle for the win is over yet. I think if that car in P2, if they can put the pressure on Pinchbeck out in the lead, I think that they could close that gap down, and it's pressure that's going to maybe cause an incident that's going to let them back into the race. I don't think they'll get back into the race on pace alone. I think the Pinchbeck, the SimSport car, will have to make a mistake, but the only way he's going to do that, I think, is if there's some pressure applied from P2 at the moment.
Well, they're going to be applying the pressure, despite being they're almost a sector, away from being a lap down. Is this number 8 Bentley? Such has been the performance of that 22 SimSport racing machine. He almost started the race with a handicap, because I'm sure they would have been up at the sharp end for much longer had they not had the incident on the first lap. And we heard from Regan Mitchell in the last couple of hours, not happy with that mistake, not happy with what happened, but just had to get his head down, fight back through, keep clean, do the best he can. And he certainly provided for his team. So here is the battle for it looks like 16th place. We've got Van der Meer, who is in the 777, and then behind this is Nick Timmermans in the 208 DC Sim Racing Team Aston Martin, a team that haven't really featured in this race. They've been outside the top 20 for the majority of the running, but now seem to be finding a bit of performance towards this closing stages and the final 2 stints of the race. Now inside the top 20. Unfortunately, though, they are 6 laps down on the next car, so it's going to have to be something more than a miracle for them to make up that next position, but I'm sure they will keep trying and be there in case that does happen, and that's sometimes all you can do in this stage of an enduro. They're around Hell Corner and up the mountain straight and heading into Quarry. Xander Vale in pit lane. The number 11 is still stationary, as we see Alexander Delors here in the 333. Looks like he was a bit slow as well, so I don't know if he's carrying damage or whether or not he's had an incident, a 232 on his previous lap, and by the looks of things, he's not just rejoined. That's not an outlap is what I'm trying to say. He hasn't rejoined the track, so an incident potentially for the Lexus creeping in the final stages of the race. And we're starting to see a few little mistakes now creep in. One driver who certainly won't be wanting any mistakes to creep in is Chris Pinchbeck, who still leads the way. 291 laps completed of the Bathurst circuit. The number 22 car is looking in fine form. He's got the 220 Schnelladella Motorsports Lexus car to clear, and then he's got about 10 seconds or so of clean air in front. And Steve, I mean, clean air around Bathurst is an absolute godsend, isn't it? Because it's enough of a challenge as it is trying to lap this place, and it's enough of a challenge trying to lap this place quickly, let alone factor in traffic and other cars, which they've been dealing with all race.
Yeah, I mean, for me, if I was one of his teammates now, I'd be watching the track map because I know you say he's got one car in front of him, and then he's got a good sort of 10 seconds or so of clear air, which is valuable. Is a valuable commodity when you're racing around Bathurst. But what's up the road is another bunch of cars. There's two separate bunches of cars, and if one of those cars has an incident going over the mountaintop, it'd be very, very easy for the leaders to get caught up in that if he's not quite alert to the yellow flags and things like that over the mountain. So hopefully one of the teammates is watching the track map, is there to warn Pinchy if anything does happen in front of him. So we've got a battle of the Ferraris here for P13, hotting up, and the just going over the top of the mountain now, fully committed, and it's looking like this is going to shape up to a bit of a slipstream battle now down Conrod Straight, which will be interesting, equally matched machinery.
Yeah, well, there's a train of cars here. This is the number 169 RNE ACC Ferrari. Then in front, I believe that is the 321. So that's a car that's in fourth, and then the car that's behind is, I believe, the Racing Point number 71. So these cars aren't battling for position, but they're certainly battling for track position. And if you feel like you're quicker than the driver in front, you're not going to be happy just to sit behind. You might want to get past and make best use of your pace. Three Ferraris flying into the chase. What a corner that is. It's absolutely ludicrous that the cars seem to make it round there every time, let alone the rest of the lap at Bathurst. And how they go side by side through there when they're battling, I still have no idea. We've seen plenty of that today, fortunately, without many incident. And here we go on board. Daniel Gin in the Racing Point 71 Aston Martin. Gives you a great view of what he can see and what he's reading in front of him, namely the back of that RNE ACC 169 Ferrari. And look, as well, you know, Steve, what we're saying about clean air, you get to these more narrower sections of this track and there's a car in the way of your sight line. It makes it even more difficult to spot your points on track.
Yeah, and interesting what you were saying about that previous corner, you know, coming down Conrod Straight there, and you've got to really spot the heavy braking zone, and if you've got somebody in your slipstream, or you're the one in the slipstream following the car in front, that does make it even harder, because you're looking to either defend or gain an advantage as well, and the turning for that corner is so critical, because if you get it wrong, it's too much curb and you can be away off the grass, and if you're lucky, you don't spin. You know, it's like so much of this track, it is it's so much about precision. There's so many parts where you can't actually see the track here, like it just drops away from you, and you've got to turn in on memory because you can't see the apex. You're turning in on just purely on memory of where that apex is, and hoping that at that turning point you've not done it slightly too early or slightly too late. You're going to hit that apex, because if you don't hit the apex, you're going to hit the wall. But following so close, like you say, it does make it very difficult. But Jim doing a very good job of it here, and he's staying very close to that car in front, and he's really putting the pressure on now. As you can see, it's almost a double slipstream now, so it's going to be hard for him to get the move done. But he's really pushing, and he's looking like he's trying to apply that pressure, and he's looking to force him into an error that's going to allow him to make a mistake.
Just behind that train of Ferraris is Med Mazzofi in the 333 Cup Team Future Esports Aston Martin. 5th place in the order at the moment, but crucially, Mate is the fastest driver on track at the moment. A 2:03.8 last time round is comfortably quicker than the majority of competition. Actually, the only driver really matching him was Sonke Seidel in the number 296 Lamborghini. So two cars in different positions, lapping very quickly, as we see actually Lasse Ugard going faster as well in the 42 Lexus in 3rd place. As there is a change for position, Mazzofi will now take 4th place on the road, because Fabri Tori in 321 Team Abbey Racing Ferrari has headed to pit lane for what is their penultimate stop. There's no way they can make it to the checkered flag. A 65-minute limit on each stint. And now they're going to be starting to think about tyres and tyre sets, because a maximum of 12 sets allowed throughout this race session, and that did include the 25-minute practice session we had pre-race. So the drivers will be aware now that their rubber is running out, and their options of new sets is certainly lower than it has been for the entirety of the race. And here is Lasse Ugard in that Team Digital Racing 42, flying through Skyline. He's actually about to put a lap, I believe, on Mazzofi, another one. So Mazzofi is 3 laps down, or best part of now. You can see a comparison here between Lasse Ugard and Hymak, and he's done a fantastic lap previously. Lasse, he's now 0.6 of a second faster than Moritz Hymak in the number 8 Science Friction Racing Bentley, and the gap is 17 seconds. And Steve, the number 8 team have got to be aware of that, because it's not like they've got a lap or so in second place. The battle for that second step on the podium is very much still alive.
Oh, very much so. Yeah, they'll be pushing hard. They'll all have to push hard, and the battle's not over. We've still got 92 minutes to go, which is longer than most league races. So it's definitely not over. It's going to be push, and again, like I keep saying, it's all about pressure. And as we see, the Lexus come round to complete another lap. He's got a gaggle of cars in front of him, so he's going to be starting to think about where he's going to get that pass done and where he's going to make that move, because obviously that could effectively hold him up and could cost him some time. But he's going to be eyeing that up now. He's going to want to get past as quickly as possible. The problem is he gets past one of the cars. The 2 Ferraris now that are ahead of him are battling. And we all know it can be a little bit hard to get past 2 battling cars, because neither of them want to lift off.
Yes, so just seeing the yellow flag has been out, so there is a car stopped. From my track map, it looks like the 107 Bentley is stopped on the exit of the Forest Elbow and is still stationary. No one seems to have come to blows yet, but the yellow flag still very much out, and the drivers will need to be aware of that. Just see him off to the left of camera shot. There you go. There is the Bentley. Handley parked off track, but he's going to need to do a very quick U-turn. He gets it out of the racing line. I'm not quite sure how he got there, but crucially, he doesn't collect anyone as he moves back across the track to get going. And that's, the second place Bentley Continental comes flying past a very unhappy looking GT3 car. Not too sure how Josh Snyder ended up on the right-hand side of the track there, facing the wrong way in the Racing Dudes Motorsport PP car, but we'll see. He's actually off track again, so still struggling. Convinced that the steering must be more than broken in that Bentley Continental. And this team are right down the order, Steve. They're down in 25th, but they're determined to get to the checkered flag, I'm sure.
Yeah, that braking point into the Forest Elbow there, it's difficult because you're coming downhill, you're braking pretty heavy, you've got to turn it in quite early, and it's very easy to over-rotate the car in the braking zone there, and he's probably... My guess is that he's potentially done that and clipped the wall, which has just put him into a spin and sat him there. He's maybe done a little bit of extra manoeuvring to get out of the way, because we saw very, very considerate and mature sort of rejoin there. He was obviously looking at his track map, his relative times, to see where the other cars were, because he didn't seem to involve anybody else in that, so credit to him for that. But really unfortunate that he's obviously struggling to get his back to the pits, and you could see from the onboard the steering was heavily damaged, because I'm sure he was at almost 45 degrees left to steer in a straight line, and the car looked like it was still pulling to the right, so yeah, a lot of damage there. But like I say, credit to the driver for from what I saw, he didn't really involve anybody else, and he managed to stay out of the way of everybody, so well done on that one, but unlucky.
So we're just seeing out on track after his pit stop, Mike Abranhosa in the 321 Team Abbey Racing Ferrari, and the support is coming in on the YouTube chat from the Team Abbey Racing channel saying, come on Mike, P4 is in touch, and it very much is so. 3 cars are fighting for that position. There is the 333 Aston Martin that currently holds it, Matteo Mazzofi in the car. Then it's Tim Schaefer in the 187 Aston Martin of Wii Sports Racing. And then it's this car, Mike Abranhosa, who is only a matter of seconds down the road, 6 seconds actually, between himself and the Aston Martin number 187. So this battle is very much on, and as the pit stops are going to take place and take effect on the race result, I wouldn't be surprised to see them trying to do something different with the strategy to get ahead. For context, the number 333 last stopped 20 minutes ago. The number 187 was in pit lane about 28 minutes ago. So again, look, there's a 3-minute gap between those two. Sorry, an 8-minute gap. Sorry, between those cars in terms of pit time. And then you've got Mike Abramhosa, who's out on track now on his second lap. He stopped around 5 minutes ago. So very different strategies there. And we're going to see that all unravel. And thinking about it, with Mike pitting the latest, if he can do a full 65-minute stint, crucially, his final stop is going to be shorter than the competition. And that could help him leap up. I mean, like we're saying, it's only a few seconds up the road to Tim Schaefer, and if he's got that 6 seconds in the pit stop, there you go, position gained, happy days, and he could be up into P5 without having to make a pass on track.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, that's endurance race, isn't it? It's about tactics. As we always say, it doesn't really shake out until it comes to that last sort of 60 minutes when we see everybody doing the final pit stops and the guys that have won on strategies. We just see Chris Hill there tapping the wall on the way out, obviously in a rush to get the next pizza delivered, but just scuffing that Honda and maybe knocking a bit of his top end speed off as he comes down now, and he's really under pressure from that car behind. He's really giving him a hard time, but Chris Hill has managed to get a gap out. That Honda's not slow in a straight line, is it? It's managed to just pull enough of a gap, but Chris Hill nails the turning. Maybe not quite as quick as he'd like, and the gap's closed up again. He's still under pressure, and I think we're going to see a change in position in the next couple of laps here.
This number 937 Honda has been definitely one of the fastest cars in a straight line. We've seen lap traffic, really, the leaders struggling to get past it or get close on the straight sections of track, particularly sector 1 and definitely through the final sector, as we ride on board with Chris Hill looking back at the number 404 Porsche behind, Thomas Walters at the helm, just topping out at 250 kilometers an hour almost on the way into Quarry before he dropped the anchor for this tricky and deceptive right-hander that climbs up the hill and really begins your assault on the mountain here at Mount Panorama. But Hill looks like he's doing enough just to keep ahead of this 404, which is a few more laps down, but still a battle nonetheless, and a battle on track, and positions on the circuit to be gained and lost. Hill himself is trying to push on really and close what is a 20-second gap to Pascal Eckstein in the number 911 Team Hot Air Balloon Motorsport Porsche. So he's got his own target set. He's going to have a difficult time with this 404 closing right up behind. We're hearing that the 107 has potentially got more damage as well. The front end, yes, and the rear end definitely looking worse for wear. That Bentley is not in fine form at all, struggling to get up the hill. That car coming through is the 220 Lexus, the Schnelladella Motorsports car. So the next car to pass the 107 on track will be the race leader, Chris Pinchbeck. So he's got another difficult obstacle to climb en route to a potential victory for the team. Here he is flying through McPhillamy Park and on the run down into Skyline. The 107 ahead is still limping to some extent. And as they come through this very narrow section, he won't want to come across a car facing the wrong way. Looks to be all clean and good so far, with no cars there. There it is. There is the 107, just disappearing out of camera shot. And there is Pinchbeck, who runs it right out to the wall. There's no doubt that he's not trying still, Steve.
No, absolutely. I mean, looking at the lap times, he's the sort of slower driver out of the top 5 at the moment, top 6 almost. But he's got a gap. He's managing the gap. I think Chris is doing what he needs to do. He's not pushing too hard. He's got to keep himself. He's got to keep himself in that zone, just so that he can, keep the concentration levels up, as we said earlier. And he's just going to keep trying to bang those lap times in and manage that gap, which is now around about 80 seconds according to Pitwall Live. So it's a mammoth lead he's got at the moment with an hour and 23 to go. And I think personally, Chris is just managing that gap. I think he's doing an admirable job out there. That's not to say that, I mean, second, third, fourth, and fifth are all doing 204s, and fifth place when I can speak, 187 car did a 204 flat pretty much last lap. He was about one of the quickest, I think, if not the quickest guy out on track last lap. So he in fourth place are really pushing Mets. That's a really good lap time from them at this stage in the race.
For sure, and we're nearing the 300 lap mark, which is a nice little milestone as we're within the final 90 minutes of this, the Sim Racing Hub International 12 Hours of Bathurst, brought to you by the Sim Sports Solutions broadcast team. Nicholas Kraus is still at the helm of the cameras and all the graphics, and I'm Tim Fulbrook, joined by Steve proudly in the booth for this final couple of hours. And as we head into the final 60 minutes, we will have David Christie back with us for a party to the flag, and it will certainly be a spectacular run to the checkered with plenty of positions still up for dispute. 1 hour 22 to go.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like we keep saying, a stuck record. This isn't over till it's over. There's plenty of positions to sort out, and even if it's not on strategy, there's, I hate saying it, but I'm sure there's going to be one or two more incidents with the wall, with back markers, with other cars. There's a long way to go. There's a lot more laps, even though they're sort of approaching that 300 lap mark. There's a lot more laps to come yet in this time, and I think there's a lot more racing. There's a lot more positions to be gained. I don't think anything's going to shake out until potentially the last 30 minutes, and then we'll get a really good idea about who's in what position and where they're settling for, because I think that's a big thing around Bathurst is, as I said earlier, it's knowing when to fight, when to push, and when a gap is achievable, and when it's just best to think, right, I'll just be able to take these points and move on to the next round, because this isn't a single race, it is a championship. They've got to think about it as a championship, and just take the points from this round and move on wherever they finish.
So there it is then. The tally is notched up to 300 laps as Chris Pinchbeck crosses the line in the 22 Simsport racing car. And I can see a little bit of a headache starting to form on the horizon for this team, because Chris has only got 13 minutes left in this stint. And I'm trying to look at stint times to go. 65 minutes is the maximum. And if we were to take 13 minutes away from the current race time, we'd have 67 minutes still to go. So I wouldn't be surprised to see this team trying to do something different with strategy. By the looks of it, they will have to make a short and very inconvenient stop within the final hour. They might be able to go longer on fuel. Chris might be able to go, be a bit more generous with his right foot and save some fuel. But crucially, the rule defines 65-minute maximum stint time, and you won't want to receive a penalty for exceeding that this late in the race. So it's not over, definitely not over till it's over. And at the moment, the Simsport racing car hasn't got things completely sorted out. As we saw, Sem Spenkelink just sliding into off behind.
Workman.
That was the 15. That was the Odyssey Racing Ferrari. Clyde Banney, who wanted to get through this stint for sure cleanly, is now facing the wrong way on the exit of McPhillamy Park. But he gets the car turned around in the gravel trap and rejoins the racing surface. Lives to fight another day, but Clyde clearly uncomfortable at the wheel of this Ferrari 488 Evo. This pink and purple car looked so competitive early on, and it was unfortunately when Barney was at the helm that it seemed to slip backwards. But another thing about endurance racing, Steve, a crucial factor is you're only as good as your weakest driver, aren't you? And it's all about making everyone feel as comfortable as possible in the car. And at the moment, it seems that Banny is costing this team through whatever it is he's unhappy with.
Absolutely. It's like we keep saying, Bathurst, it's a track of confidence. You've got to be confident, you've got to be comfortable to be fast around here, to be consistent. And if there's just something upsetting you, it's not going to come, and the mistakes are going to happen. And once you've started to make those mistakes, obviously the confidence just ebbs away. And as we know, endurance racing as well, it's all about sharing a setup as well. So it's because a lot of the time the setups are compromised. It might not be quite set up to Banny's liking. The car might be just feeling a little bit different at this stage in the race. I'm not sure what the track temperatures have been like for the duration of this race, but at the moment 41 degrees, that's a pretty hot track, and they're going to be going through some tyres pretty quickly, I would imagine, at that. So the tyres are going to be changing characteristics quite frequently and quite quickly.
Well, this is, I've just noticed, track temperature, I'm going to say down, which is something impressive, down to 41 degrees C. It's as high as 43 at one point. This is the first time now as we're 13 minutes to 4 p.m. in server time, and this is the first time the track temperature seemed to be declining. It was about 25 degrees when we started the race, under the cover of darkness here at Mount Panorama. And it's risen and risen. It's almost doubled. So it's quite impressive track temperatures. And like you say, Steve, the tyres will be feeling that, and the drivers will be feeling that as they head into this final few stints. Waiting to see some more pit stops. Will be due another wave of them shortly. Should be kicked off by our race leader, Chris Pinchbeck, or indeed the number 42 Digital Racing Lexus. So on that last lap, Chris Pinchbeck, a 2:06.5, not the best times, noticeably slower. It doesn't look like there's any particular incident, but saying that, there was a second or so in the middle sector, but on this next lap, back down into the 2:05. So something going on there for Chris. You want to keep his head down and just keep ticking those laps off. Reality is a second here and a second there isn't going to matter too much. But getting caught up in a mistake is going to be costly. Looking like he's keeping clean at the moment.
Absolutely. I mean, he's got 76, just under 77 minutes of the race left, and he's got just over 75 seconds of a gap. So obviously he's got time in hand. He's almost obviously around about a second a lap. And he's not been losing that much. That gap was around 80 seconds for a long time. So I think he's safe. I think it's just a case of coming up against back markers. I think it's picking and choosing where you make your overtakes. I can see on the track map at the moment he's up behind a couple of cars that are potentially battling or trying to, it's maybe another back marker in front of him trying to pass another back marker, as it were. So I think things like that are going to hold him up, but they're going to also hold second place up as well. It's just a luck of the draw where you come across those cars and how the opportunities sort of arise for you to get past them and how quickly you can do that. But what Chris won't want to do at this stage is trying to force a pass on anybody, because that could be catastrophic for the race result tonight. And he'll just want to, if it takes him an extra second or two to get past, he'll do it. He won't be happy with doing it, but he'll do it just to bring that car home where it is now in first place.
Well, on the track map, he's still behind that 107 Bentley that wasn't the best looking car out on track. I say that, nothing to do with the paint scheme, more to do with the fact the rear's hanging off it and the front looks a bit dented. And the rear wing is definitely not producing optimum downforce at the moment. It seems to be tilted at an angle of almost 15 degrees there to the right-hand side. That Pinchbeck clearly not keen to push too close to the back of this Bentley, and the pace isn't dropped off, and it's keeping a steady pace. He's keeping consistent. That's all he can do, and just keep his Aston Martin on the grey stuff. So the number 321 Ferrari is the fastest car on track at the moment, and this is a car locked in that battle for fourth place. He is just around 3 seconds back from Tim Schaefer, I believe, in the number 187. There you go. You can see the gap. So that gold and black Aston Martin, just about to disappear out of shot, is a position that is P5. And can Mike Abramhosa close it up before the final stops take place? 1 second faster on that last tour of the Bathurst circuit. And the gap is beginning to come down. Can he continue that momentum, catch up to the 187 and get the move done? Running up the hill in towards the cutting. He's going to have to continue this momentum, Steve, and it's so difficult to do that, isn't it? Because continue your pace, get up to the car, get past, and then continue on as if nothing ever happened.
Yeah, it's easy for us to say, isn't it? Sat here in the nice warm commentary box, but it's difficult to keep that consistency, keep the pressure on, and just keep putting those laps in. But these lads have practiced; they know what they're doing. They've put many laps in. You know, it's not as if they've just turned up to the race. I'm sure. You know, and if they haven't done any practice before, now 303 laps into the race, they should certainly know the way around and know what the limitations are. They've certainly done plenty of racing today. So yeah, I mean, he'll be looking to try and close that gap down and make his way into 5th place, just that little bit higher up. That'll definitely be on the agenda now, and he's pushing very hard. And like you say, if he's the fastest man on the track at the moment and a second faster last lap, he's definitely on the cards for closing in the next couple of laps.
Yes, indeed. And P5 definitely sounds a lot better than P6, doesn't it, when you look back at your race results? So let's see if the team Abbey Racing Ferrari can continue this form and continue this pace. It has taken another chunk out of Tim Schafer's lead in the 187 Aston Martin. This is the battle for 5th place, heading into the final hour or so. As we can see, the battle for P14 as well is actually just behind Clyde Bainey in the purple and pink Ferrari on screen. That's the Odyssey Racing car. Then behind is the 296 Lamborghini with Seidel on board, the 296 Team Hot Air Balloon Motorsport 2. This is their first race, I believe, as a squad in the championship, and they're looking very feisty indeed. As a spin, and that is the 187 round. Whoops, that's not good, is it, at all for Tim Schafer? The Aston Martin into the wall, facing the wrong way, lucky not to be collected by another car. But in the final 72 minutes, heartbreak for the Wii Sports team. That is not what you want at all. We might be able to see a replay of that. It would be brilliant to get an idea of what happens, and I suspect he's dropped it on the exit of the corner. The 187 car facing the wrong way. We'll just give the replay a second to load. But Steve, the pressure starting to show then on the 187 car, and it's rather bubbled up in the worst way possible. An incident for Schafer.
Yeah, and that's what I've been talking about applying the pressure to the car in front. He's seen that gap coming down, and he's felt the need to push like any driver in his position would, and it's led to a mistake. And that's what I'm talking about when it comes to Bathurst. It's just about applying pressure, and as we see now, he just gets it turned in there, runs it out wide onto the curb, and he's just lost it, just lose it. That's quite unusual, to be fair, to lose it like that through there, because once you get to that stage of the corner, it's all job's over. You've got it right. You've done. You're looking at your next, looking at the next corner. You normally lose it a lot earlier into there, but maybe it just went a bit light. Maybe the tyres are short. I'm not quite sure, but yeah, the consequences and the results are the same.
Well, it looked like it started rotating on him a bit too much mid-corner, and probably thought he could carry the slide out. As we see contact between the 911 and 84, that's a battle for position, I'm sure of it. No, in fact, the 911 is 7 laps down or so. But another problem that is faced now by the number 187 team is that with 70 minutes to go, they can't pit and make it to the checkered flag from here. So even more trouble for them in terms of strategy, as they are now in pit lane. Tim Schafer brings the car to a halt. That car's definitely got damage to fix, but unfortunately, the stint is too long now. The stint time maximum is too short compared to the race distance, and they will need to stop again. So it's gone from bad to worse for the number 187 team. Locked in battle for that for that P4 position, and it looks like another one has fallen by the wayside. And this is our race leader, the number 22, who's got past the 107. So the traffic is cleared. And looking back here,
it's just the beauty and the heartache of endurance racing, isn't it, Tim? How you sometimes it plays out for you, it goes in your favour, other times it doesn't, and the 187 team now getting their fair share of bad luck. But I think that bad luck has come from some equally applied pressure there from the car behind, and he put the pressure on. He was just putting lap times in. He was the quickest man on the track. He was lapping a second faster, and the pressure it paid off, and he gained that position. And not only did he gain that position, 187 just caused themselves a few too many problems and a few more headaches, and they'll come back out a little bit further down the field, I'm sure.
And the thing is, as well, Steve, is they are, aware. These drivers are so aware of the times, who's going quickly, what's changing on their relative. I'm confident that Tim would have seen that Abramhoser was closing. You can't ignore that kind of thing at this point in the race, and that hyper awareness can sometimes just get in the way, can't it?
Yeah, absolutely, and it's very easy to say that you just need to drive your own race, because they're going round at a rate of knots that they're comfortable with. They're driving as hard as they can and doing it comfortably, cleanly, trying to keep the lap times consistent and stay on track, as we see the SimSport racing car making a pit stop. I'm guessing that will be its final pit stop of the evening. Am I right, Tim?
No, unfortunately not, because with 1 hour and 7.5 minutes to go, they will need to make a pit stop before the checkered flag. Maximum stint time 65 minutes. So I hope the team are across that, because an unsightly penalty could come their way if they attempt to stretch that out. So time to be lost, unfortunately, for them right at the end. I'm sure they'll just be able to pit, take a splash of fuel and return to the track, not losing too much time. But a bit of a strategy kind of mismatch with the race clock and their stint clocks there for the 22 car.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure if somebody in chat maybe clarify for me. It's that long since I've done an endurance race, I have to say. But if you take a splash of fuel, does that reset the driver's time? Is it just a case of entering the pit lane, or do you have to actually put in to do a driver swap, which is a 30-second stop minimum?
Yeah, by the sounds of it, I think you just have to drive through a pit lane and that can reset it.
Okay.
I'm sure we'll get confirmation from someone, if not our Mr. Race Engineer behind the scenes, Mr. Nicholas Kraus, who has been dishing out all kinds of knowledge for us and the broadcast inside. He's got his numbers, he's got the matrix, I'm sure, alongside him, and he delves into that every now and then. And the green numbers tumbling down behind him as he reads them off. But yes, time to be had then for Vidago, who now takes the wheel of the 22 SimSport racing car. He will need to come to pit lane one more time before the checkered flag flies. And that's an opportunity for this number 8 car. They will know that. They will be aware that they've got to stop again. And I get the feeling that it's only going to be one more stop for Haymack and co, because he's got 10 minutes left on his stint timer, and he'll only need 55 minutes then to go to the end. So one more stop for the number 8. I believe it will be one more stop for... Oof. No, actually, it's going to need another stop for Ogard as well. So a couple of cars in need of a splash and dash right at the end.
Yeah, well, is that gap correct, Tim? I'm looking at the gap between first and second. It's saying 6 seconds. So it's obviously I'm guessing the second place Bentley has to make a driver swap anyway, and that will drop them back down the order. But if Pinchbeck and Vidago, as it is that's in the car now, if they have to make that pit stop, they're going to hopefully that drive through and splash and dash will get them back out again in some good air. But I think if I was them now, once that Bentley does make its pit stop, I would seriously be watching those lap times. And if the gap starts to come down, I would pit earlier rather than later, because you just wouldn't want to get jumped in the pits. You'd want to be able to try and defend that position on track if the gap gets that close.
So we see challenge for position number 14, Clyde Bainey and Seidel going side by side into the chase. The number 15 Odyssey Racing Ferrari and the 296 Team Hot Air Balloon Motorsports Lamborghini. They're battling it out for 14th and 15th, separated by a matter of car lengths, tenths across the line, 3 tenths across the line. They've got a 4-lap buffer to the car behind, which is the 777 of Damien de Keyser. But they are a little way off Ruben de Koenig, who's the next car up the road. In fact, it's a lap or so. up to 50. Sorry, a lap or so up to beyond that. So yes, flashing the lights there from Sonke's side. Oh, he wants to get through. He's clearly feels like he's being held up by the Ferrari, but he's got to make the move, and he's got to make it cleanly, because this could be 2 races damaged in one foul swoop. And actually, Steve, just thinking about strategy, like you were saying, I mean, why not follow the Bentley in? You know, as soon as that Bentley makes its final stop, just cover it straight away, head to pit lane, because they're within the 65 minutes now. You should be able to comfortably make it to the checkered flag. Why risk, you know, being out on track and trying to count your chickens and count the times and keep across numbers? Just get in now, get it done, and that's it for you to the flag.
Yeah, you're probably quite right, Tim, and that is what they should do. Whether that is what they will do, I'm not sure. Positive, they'll be watching on the stream, and they'll be talking to each other and feeding back our advice, and I'm sure they'll take the commentators' advice, and we'll see when that Bentley pits. Maybe they'll dive in and just take a splash of fuel and go. You know, it's not. It's easy for us to say. It shouldn't really be a difficult decision. I'm fairly confident they've got enough in hand to make the pit stop once that Bentley's done one and the gap's back out again, and I'm sure they'll have enough time to more or less do that splash and dash, as it were, and come back out comfortably in the lead. It's just we've seen some good pace from that Bentley in second place. So it's you know, and when I say good pace, at one point they were a second and a half a lap faster not so long ago. So if they can turn on that sort of pace, and if Vidago has any issues with pace with back markers, we could see that gap come tumbling down. But yeah, drive through there for Seidel and in P15, so that I'm guessing will be for track limits at this stage as well. So that's going to put him a little bit further down the order, which is unfortunate. Currently in P15 and battling for position as well.
He's working so hard to get this spot on Clyde Bainey, who we've seen struggling on the brakes. And whoa, a huge wiggle for the 296 on the exit of Quarry. Manages to gather the car up and rewind back to Murray's. We actually saw Barney locking up the front left on the run into the corner, and we've seen him struggling on the brakes throughout the entirety of his race in particular, and he'll be looking to finish this one off cleanly. Speaking of trying to finish this one off, David Christie returns to the booth. He's back for this final run into the flag, so there's plenty of us here all crammed into the Sim Racing Hub International shed. We could have done with a little bit of an extension. We'll make sure to get that added for the next race at Imola. But David, it is beginning to start to the fireworks. You know, they're ready, aren't they? The fireworks have been set up for a while now. It's just who's really going to light the match and set them off.
Yeah, sorry, I'm just going to squeeze past. I'm just going to... Yeah, right. Okay, cheers. Look, final hour. I mean, what the hell has happened? 6 seconds between first and second place, and again, I've got to agree with what was put in chat there about the stint timer. I think it does just hit a case of the drivers have to go through pit lane. They don't have to stop. They don't have to take on fuel. They don't have to take on tires. I think we'll get clarification on that ASAP. But how has it come to this? When I left, it was like, at the most, it was like 23 seconds between the 22 and the 8, and that gap has just come down and down and down, and really, the 22 has basically had it all to lose from a very comfortable lead.
Well, just before you think anything, David, we haven't done anything, okay? So before you think it was one of us that's caused this gap to change,
jinxed it.
we haven't done anything. This is just how it's playing out. The number 22 has just been taken over by Kieran Vidago, but previously it was Chris Pinchbeck who was just getting his stint done and completing his time behind the wheel. He wasn't lapping the fastest. He wasn't doing anything spectacular, but he was keeping the car on the grey stuff. We're now into the final hour of this, the Sim Racing Hub International Bathurst 12 hours. Let's take you for a run down the order. Leading the way, the aforementioned number 22 Sim Sport Racing Aston Martin, Kieran Vidago, now at the wheel, taking over from Chris Pinchbeck, and we had some stellar stints throughout the race from all three drivers, particularly Regan Mitchell, fighting back from a opening lap mistake that saw them outside the top 20. They're now leading the way at a reduced margin as the pit stops play out from Haymack in the number 8 Science Friction Racing Bentley. They then, in turn, have a lead of around 60-odd seconds, a minute or so, back to the number 42 Team Digital Lexus. We've got Casper Hogard at the wheel at the moment. Then in P4, it's Matteo Mazzoffi in the Cup Team Future Esports 333 Racing Aston Martin, ahead of Mike Abrenhoser in the 321 Team Abbey Racing Ferrari. That's your top 5. Abrenhoser in the 321, though, is multiple laps down on P4, but we'll be hoping to gain or just keep the pace there, and in any chance of getting a position back, he will kick on. Then in 6th place, we have the number 69 Mercedes that currently has Anthony Tehorst at the wheel. He's been in the wars, it seems, throughout this race and will be in the car till the end. Then Tim Schaefer of the 187 Aston Martin, who was looking so strong in the battle for 4th and 5th, had an incident on the exit of Quarry not a few moments ago. In pit lane at the moment. This could be the final stop for the team. Then it's Dennis Kroll in the Lock driving number 33 Lexus. They're in 8th place, ahead of the number 16 10-6 Mercedes of Van Schaik, who's at the wheel at the moment. This has been a car that's featured throughout the entirety of the race, but really a top 10 performance would be something very special for this team at this 12 hours of Bathurst. Then rounding out your top 10, it's Lennox, who's currently at the wheel of the 220 Schneller Della Motorsports Lexus. And that completes your top 10 in the order of just seeing...
I was just going to jump in for a second there because Haymack's in the pits already with 57 minutes left to go. So if Vidago doesn't stay in the pits and just does a quick dash through, this could be the race getting decided right here.
Well, he's got to, isn't he? It's going to be a short stop. I think Steve was saying it's going to be an exceptionally short run through pit lane for Kieran Vidago. He's more than enough going to have that number 8 car covered, I'm sure of it. But still, plenty of opportunity for things to go wrong because pit stops aren't exactly easy, are they? You know, you've got to hit your pit lane speed limiter right. You've got to get the car slowed down, you know, a couple of kilometres over the limit on the way in, and you've got to stop, go 30. It could all be unravelled on just trying to get into the pit lane.
It could, but more importantly, that's Florian Mooring back into the car there. So with the fact that they were trying to get as fast a stop as possible, and Vidago, all he has to do is just drive through pit lane to satisfy that stint timer. That's going to be a very, very quick stop, much quicker than doing a driver change for sure. So I think it may be all over, but we'll have to just wait and see. But Vidago in a very, very strong position in that 22.
Definitely, it's certainly building up to the finish and to the checkered flag. There's still plenty of battles to have out there on track. And David, I just wanted to ask, has there been any particular team that's impressed you, stand out? In fact, I'll ask that Steve as well. I know, Steve, you've only been here for a little over an hour or so, but come to you, David, first. A particular driver or team that looked to have just really kicked on and put in a really impressive performance across this 12-hour race.
2 drivers stand out for me. One team stands out for me for their resilience. The team first off is the number 15 Odyssey Racing. The fact that team's still in it and keeping on pushing on despite the horrendous middle stint that they had, as we've got a yellow flag. I think that's through sector 3 just now. Gets going underway. The Odyssey Racing team, how they have just kept going and just really, really tried pushing on. 13th place, like that is a respectable result and it's one that they would never have imagined given all the shenanigans going on. You've got a car facing the wrong way there, down in the middle of the cutting there, so we'll come back to that in just a second. But as for standout drivers, we'll not even say anything about that one. The 22 team, I've got to be honest, the stint that Regan Mitchell put in on that first stint is just sublime. One of the most impressive drives I think I've ever seen, at least until the number 8 Science Friction Racing Simon Zimmerman got behind the wheel. For me, that is the standout drive of the 12 hours. The fact that he put in 31 laps, and I think it was about 18 to 22 of those laps were at a 2:04, 2:03. No, sorry, it was a 2:03 pace, 2:04 pace. So consistent and so fast when the track was a little bit hotter than this. So yeah, incredible performances.
Steve, anyone that stood out for you? I know you've been here for only an hour or so, but
Yeah.
I've certainly got a taste, I'm sure, of the action we've had throughout this event.
Yeah, I mean, Bathurst, it's a difficult one, isn't it? As David said there, obviously when I came to the scene, Zimmerman was putting in those lap times, which to be that consistently quick around here is very, very difficult. But I think, you know, it's a real community event here at SRHI, and I think a shout out has to go out to every single team that's still running, you know, that's had some misfortune and they've got the cars repaired, they could jump back out wherever they are, and after all these hours of racing, you know, they're still out there. So for me, I've not been here long enough to pick a team, but I think we need to give a shout out to every single team out there and every single driver on the grid.
Yeah, for sure. It's been a fantastic community effort. Plenty of people getting involved in the YouTube chat, and all the drivers enjoying their time out there on the Bathurst circuit. It's been a spectacular event so far, and I'm delighted to say we've still got 52.5 minutes to go. It's not all said and done yet, but it looks to be more and more wrapped up for that number 22 SimSport Racing Aston Martin, who, I've got to say, that has been one of the most impressive teams out there on track at the entirety of this event. Despite the incident in the opening lap, they've just managed to knuckle down and run their own race. I think that's got to be critical to their performance here. It's just been getting the laps done, getting the stints done, not getting too worried about who's on track with them, who they're battling for position, just completing their schedule and their strategy, and that's really what's seen them fly up the order. In fact, look, and Kieran's clearly aware that he's got a car to bring home now. A little bit slow on that previous lap, to the tune of 0.8 of a second to Florian Murray in the number 8 Bentley, but really 0.8 is nothing, David, is it? With 51 minutes to go and a lead of over a minute.
It absolutely isn't. It could be over in the blink of an eye. Does somebody want to tell Lucas Svirkov that that's a race leader that he is harassing to within an inch of his life right now? Because that Aston Martin is down in 7th place, and if I didn't know Luca any better from my brief time here at the 12 hours, I'd say he's shaping the race leader up for a little move and fancies getting past them here just now. And yeah, there could be many tears before bedtime. 51 minutes left. 51 minutes left to go. And you're right. I mean, we said this earlier. It's just not enough. I mean, never mind Florian Mooring. He is down there in second position, but look at Kasper Hugard as well, just 8 seconds behind Mooring in that second position as well. 70 seconds is not enough for you to feel comfortable with 50 seconds of a race still to go. It's still way too close for comfort.
And plenty of strategy calls still to be played out, because we're aware that the race leading 22 will need to come to pit lane at some point. It's what it would look like its final stop was actually outside of the 65-minute maximum, so it is in requirement to come to pit lane one final time, but we suspect it could just be a drive through the pit lane for Kieran Vidago. But Dennis Workman on screen, this actually, seeing this car, the Mode 11 Racing, brings up another question that I've got for you guys. Liveries. I mean, this is a particularly spectacular design, isn't it, on the number 11 RCF GT3. Any standouts for you, David? Because there've been we do really have a kaleidoscope of colour here in the SRHI Endurance GT3 field.
Yeah, I'm really enjoying the different designs that we see here. I love the paint job on the Science Friction Racing team. I do quite enjoy the liveries on the 101 and the 404, mostly because when I see them, it makes me have a little sigh thinking how bad their day is going. Because you see it and you're like, that's the 101, that's the
Is
404.
that a pity vote technically, David? Is that a pity vote for them?
It really is. It's about the only thing they're going to win today. And they're still, it's still not able to bring home the pizza, never mind the trophy. But look, we were speaking to the teams earlier, and again, it was something I was asking them, Tim, is that, when you're having a bad day at the office, how on earth do you stay focused? How do you stay, wanting to take part in this? Because everyone's doing this for a bit of fun. But when you're having a bad day and you're spinning out left, right and centre and you're getting hit, what's the incentive to not press Alt F4? And, 24th place out of 35 cars, that, given, it doesn't reflect what a rubbish day they've had, and actually, they'll be able to reflect on that quite positively. So yeah, back to your question about liveries. Look, I am a simple person. There is one thing that you can do to get my vote, and that's have a yellow and black car, and if it's a Merc, then even better. And right there up the top, you can see the 610 machine up there of Tomic's Van Schaik. I absolutely love that thing, so that one wins livery for me.
Very clean, isn't it? Very an honest look, Bumblebee style Merc there. And Steve, we see plenty of designs, don't we, in other series elsewhere, but you've got to enjoy the liveries here because we've got a proper range of them. We've got a Porsche that looks like a cow, and we've got a Bumblebee Merc. It's everything here.
Yeah, the liveries, the team names, it's great. It's great stuff. It embodies the fact that they're all here having fun as well. It's everybody wants to win, everyone wants to do well, but at the end of the day, as you said earlier on, they're all here for fun. And like I say, the liveries and the team names just emphasise that. But while they're here for fun, they are giving us some great racing, and it's going to be interesting to see how this one pans out now that we are into the last sort of 47 minutes and a few seconds of the race. We are going to now start to see how the positions pan out as the drivers have pretty much made their final swaps. We might have one or two, like we say, we've got Banny in the pits at the moment. We know that Vidago's going to have to make a splash and dash driver swap, pit stop just to end that stint time. But yeah, I think that the positions now, this is the point of the endurance race where it turns into a sprint race, and people will be eyeing up the gaps and calculating, as I said earlier, whether it's worth pushing to try and gain that extra position. As we just see there, third place going, well, that was a life. That was one of his 9 lives gone there. That definitely did very well to keep control of that and keep it pointing in the right direction. More importantly, got it back onto the black stuff pretty quickly. But yeah, I think that was a Code Brown, and he'll get onto Conrad straight now, and he'll take a deep breath, sigh of relief, and regroup his thoughts and trying to concentrate again now.
Apologies for my exclamation there. I could feel David Christie jumping out of his skin as I oohed down the microphone there. But Casper Hugard pushing the limits of his number 42 Lexus. We did see the graphic on screen. He's quicker than the number 8 car in second place. So that gap is coming down. He's aware of that as well. But a mistake like that could be costly, David. And one step too far. Race done with 46 and a bit minutes to go.
I was doing that big loud exclamation as well. I just didn't press the button. But no, look, that's exactly it. Casper Hugard, why wouldn't you push when you're like that? He is within sniffing distance of Florian Mooring right now in that number 8 Bentley for the Science Friction Racing team, and up until that point he was 5.8 seconds. He took 9/10 of a second on the previous lap before he went and took his excursion, right? He comes across the line, would you believe it, after that excursion at Skyline he lost 0.8 of a second. That's it. That's all he lost by going through there. Mooring did a 2:04.9, he did a 2:05.6. I mean, that is absolutely absurd. The gap goes down to 7.2. But I mean, 45 minutes. This is going to be, if this pace continues, second place for Casper Hugard. And again, with the pace that he's got and the way that they're pushing, and the fact that Kieran Vidago has to go through pit lane again, this is just way too close. Too many moving parts right now.
Well, another milestone to mention as we tally up 317 laps. I did miss it a couple of laps ago, but in fact, the race leader has surpassed the real-world distance record in the Bathurst 12 hours, which was set by the Bentley Team M Sport Group in 2020. Jules Gounon, Jordan Pepper and Maxime Soule going 314 laps of the Bathurst circuit. So we've surpassed that. Record setters in our own rights, I feel, tonight. So pats on the back all round. But yeah, like you say, David, plenty of moving parts, plenty of storylines still to be completed. Final chapter is far from over with 43 minutes and change to go. And Istvan Pukki here in the 333 Cup Team Future Esports Aston Martin that has risen up the order, is in P5 now. But just up the road, you can just see it disappearing over the crest at Skyline. That's the rear end of the 321 Team Abbey Racing Ferrari. Mike Abramhosa is the target. Crosshairs are locked. Can Pukki make the pass?
Wow. Just to slightly distract myself from that, while we're watching Istvan Pukki for the Cup Team Future Sports, an update on second and third place. I can't believe what I'm seeing here. Kasper Hugard is 1.1 seconds a lap faster than Florian Mooring. And that is not because of cat traffic, because Mooring hasn't quite caught up to the car that's just in front of him. He took 1.1. It would have been even more, except Hugard made a bit of a mistake coming through the cutting and down through Skyline that lost him about 0.3 of a second there. But this is just absolutely absurd. That gap now already back down to what's that, just under 6 seconds. And we think of that moment that he had 2 laps ago going across Skyline. Kasper Hugard is absolutely charging right now.
And whilst that battle's playing out on screen, we still have the 321 and 333 going hammer and tongs at each other side by side into the final corner at Murray's, exchanging paint, I'm sure of it. And now on the run up the mountain straight, they'll go over the crest and climb again into Quarry, and to the outside goes Pukki. Can he go the long way round Abramhosa at Quarry? No, and he's wide and nearly in the wall there. He had to gather the Aston Martin up. He gets it stopped in time. And no brush against the tyre barrier for sure, but that was a clear statement of intent from Pukki. He wants that P4 position and is going to do anything to grab it, but fortunate to get away there, because we've seen cars slide wide at Quarry and it's not a happy ending for sure.
Oh, I'd be very interested to see a replay of that one, Tim. I'll be honest with you. I honestly thought Abramhosa actually slightly escorted him into the to the wall there. So yeah, the race control for sure will be looking at that one. It'll be a case of getting back on Istvan Pukki, getting back into the charge there, and he'll be back onto the back of Abramhosa. But this is Kasper Hugard on the exit of Hell Corner on the run up Mountain Straight. This is the battle that we've been waiting for. It's another 1.3 seconds off of that last lap there for Florian Mooring, and Mooring is getting caught hand over fist. The gap now down to what's that, 4.5 seconds, and Mooring has got the car in front of him of, I think that's the 258 or is that the 296 that it is? It's the 296 of Gianni Batke that is in front of Mooring right now, so that's going to cost him even more time right now. And I don't understand how this is even possible. How can a 12-hour race come right down to the wire like this? This is absolutely sensational.
Let's factor in some more stuff, David, just to make it even more exciting as Kasper Hugard goes wide again. Numbers, we all love numbers. We love pit strategy and we love pit timers. Let's get that clarified first of all. But looking at the timing screens, Kasper Hugard pitted about 2 minutes before Vidago. So we're talking about that number 22, our race leader, needing to come down pit lane once more before the checkered flag. Hugard's going to have to do the same in the number 42 Lexus. But that's going to be a potential just run through the pit lane, maybe a slight splash of fuel. I reckon Mooring, though, 16 minutes into a stint, does he have to pit again? We're all setting up here for a really exciting and interesting finish, because there's still strategy to be unravelled in this final 39 minutes. It's incredible. It's like the previous 11 hours and 20 minutes have just been screwed up and thrown out the window. It's all down to this.
I was going to say, it's like, yeah, that's great. We've had a great 11-hour sprint race, guys. Let's ignore it. It's now a 30-minute sprint race, dash for the cash, and everybody has got something to play for. And that's exactly what's happening. I mean, look at Abrinhosa and Pookie right on the back of Abrinhosa again here for 4th and 5th place. We do have another car involved in that battle as well, a lapped car that will be, in fact, that's the Ferrari just in front of him. That is the leader, excuse me. So, yeah, that's not exactly a lapped car, is it? That is the race leader that is in front. But look at the pace that the Ferrari has got. That is not screaming that I am a lap faster than you right now, because the Ferrari is actually having a look, and that was a 2:06 last lap for Kieran Vidago. So I don't like where this is going for the 22. This is kind of all moving in the wrong direction. You've got Mooring and Hugard all absolutely tearing up the track and knocking lumps out of each other, and the 22 is kind of starting to slow down. We'll see as he comes out and comes across line again and again. It's
the Ferrari's looking to the inside, David.
There we go, right up the inside goes. Oh my goodness me! Whoa! Picky, take a bow, son. There you go, Tim. You asked me 20 minutes ago what was the move of the race. There you go, right there. Picky says thank you very much and fires it up the inside. Wow.
And he's going to look to the outside again of Abrinhosa into Quarry. Can he get it done this time? They're side by side. He manages to keep a hold of it. He's now going to have the inside line as they go up the hill in towards the cutting. The Ferrari on the right-hand side. The Aston Martin through 2 positions in 2 corners. Well, positions on track. One of them getting back past the race leader, Istvan Pookie. Wow, he's certainly lit the fireworks now. 2 positions. That was incredible stuff.
Wow, that was amazing from Pookie there. Istvan Pookie for the treble 3 outfit. An amazing move there. And I've got to be honest, this is big implications for the leader as well, because he's now stuck behind these 2 cars and he's lost about maybe say 3-4 seconds on this lap while they are fighting. So yeah, this is... I honestly don't understand. It's like the last 11 and a half hours didn't happen, and this is now just everybody going for it right now.
Someone calling a medic for Steve proudly, I think.
Yeah, stunned silence. That move was absolutely awesome. But for me, Vidago, looking at the track map now, he needs to come in and pit now, and he'll drop back by about 30 seconds, something like that, just a little bit more. But it'll put him in the clearer air on the track, and he can then run his own pace and manage that gap a little bit better, because I think he's struggling at the minute with all the cars around him, and it's very, very difficult when you get the cars like that ahead of him that they are genuinely faster than him at this stage in the race. So he did the right thing. I think he was fully aware of that second car coming through, of Pookie coming through, but it was still a great move, and he still took the wind out of my sails when he went through. It was a deep draw of air for me, a big sigh, and it was, oh my god, I did have visions of contact, but yeah, great move, and fantastic job. But Vidago hasn't gone into the pits, but I think personally, obviously we don't know what their strategy is regarding the pit, or whether they're going to take, how much fuel they're going to take, but for me I'd be calling him in and telling him to pit and just drop back down a little bit into some clearer air.
And another risk as well is if those cars now in front of him on the track are going to battle an incident you wouldn't want to be caught up in over the top of the mountain, would certainly be race defining. So a headache for the number 22 team in the final 35 minutes. What strategy call is going to be the painkiller for that one? It's all bubbling up into a rather thrilling finale, and whilst that is all playing out, Kasper Højgaard is still setting about closing the deficit to the number 8 of Florian Mooring. It's now down to 5 seconds, so the pace advantage still being continued on. 0.5 faster on that previous lap, and they're in the same camera shot, David. It's all heating up between these two.
Yeah, it's getting a little bit scary now, because up the run up the mountain straight there, he's got a good tow from the car in front of him. I think that is the 96 that might be in front of him. In fact, that's not the 208. That's Mark Ham Is that? I'm not sure. Anyway, he's got a lapped car in front of him that he needs to get past, but it's providing him with a handy little tow right now. And in fact, he gets it done. Casper Hugard up ahead, and he's released to catch up into to Florian Mooring. And I've got to be honest, we are going to see some real fireworks, some real sparks kicking off when these two get together. But again, the two of them collectively still taking a bit of time out of Kieran Vidago's lead there. I think it will neutralise off as Kieran goes over the line. Yeah, 2:05.0 for Kieran. He's matching their times. But remember, the 8 Bentley, I think, is just running for its life right now, as we see Casper Hugard absolutely throwing it down, the cutting here, down into Forest Elbow here, out towards the Conrod Straight, and out onto Unleashed. And that gap now, what's that, 4.3 seconds, and that is coming down very, very drastically. If ever you needed an adrenaline shot with 33 seconds to go, it's the sight of Florian Mooring in front of you.
Yeah, crosshairs are well and truly set on the back of that Bentley, and Casper Hogard will be monitoring that gap, not only on his HUD, on the relative that I'm sure he has up on his screen, but he'll be measuring that visually. He'll be seeing, okay, did I gain on that lap coming into the mountain straight now? Am I closer than I was the previous time? Okay, into Conrad. Oh, I must have had a good run across the mountain because he's only going under the bridge here and there. You know, those kind of gaps. And Steve, that's all part of the mental game, isn't it? Just measuring those gaps visually as much as numerically on your timing screen.
Yeah, and the timing screen, while it's great to look at, and we are guilty that we do look at it an awful lot, it tells you that so much, and it gives you the context that you need to know. We watch the battles on track here, and then you piece it together with the timing screen, with the laps that they've done, and it gives you that context, it gives you that understanding that this pace is consistent. These are all fast
going
drivers going rounds. I've got to be honest, Kieran Vidago is just not impressing me with these times going in. 2:05.0 that last lap round. 4 cars, 5 cars, 6 cars behind him, all faster than him. And have a look at Abran Hosa in that Ferrari. This battle isn't over yet with Pookie, Istvan Pookie going in towards Hell Corner then for lap 324. This a brilliant battle, and we saw Abran Hosa almost, you know, kind of letting Pookie by and making it happen. But yeah, Pookie's not able to stretch away as much as he wants, and the battle between Mooring and Hugard now down to what's that, just 4.1 seconds, I think that is just now. So it's coming down, but at a much smaller rate than we saw before.
And a perfect depiction of how your race can unravel as Pookie goes in deep into the cutting there, having to rely on the natural camber of the corner to sling the number 333 Aston Martin around the outside. But that car just ahead of them, the gold and black, that's the 187 Wii Sports Aston Martin that's got Lucas Verkov at the wheel. That car was in this battle, but now it's had an incident and is a lap back and about to be passed by these two cars. It can show you how the race can really get turned on its head. But another problem for Pookie is he's got to get past that car. Equal machinery as well, you know, no advantage anywhere in a straight line or through the corners. He's toe for toe with that Aston Martin in front. He's going to have to make the move or risk getting stuck behind. And in fact, the blue flag's waving, and it looks like Sverkov has pulled over to the right-hand side. He's going to lift out of the gas. Not just yet, they're still side by side over the crest. In fact, Sverkov 2 wheels on the grass and pulls back into the racing line behind the 333 and in front of the 321. So he's intersected this battle, then gets out of the way in the braking zone in towards the chase. But that's going to be certainly disrupting the rhythm of these two drivers, I'm sure.
Yeah, that is quite awesome stuff, watching these two knocking lumps out of each other in the timing screens. But Abram Hosa, as you said, it's one thing to catch up to the back of Hugard there in the to the back of Pookie there in the Aston Martin, but actually getting past is another thing. However, from what I've seen of Istvan Pookie, he does not deal with pressure very well. So all Mike Abram Hosa for Team Abbey has to do, get onto the back of him and just start pressuring him, just start making him see that you're in the mirrors and start looking backwards more than you're looking forwards. And I think you're going to see Pookie making quite a spectacular error.
So into the final 30 minutes of this, the SRHI Bathurst 12 hours, brought to you by the SimSport Solutions team. In the box at the moment, David Christie, Steve Brownlee and myself, Tim Fulbrook. We've also got Nicholas Kraus on the broadcast, as he has been for the previous 11 and a half hours. I'm not sure if Nicholas is all right and if we need to seek medical advice as soon as the checkered flag has been waved. But let's give you a quick run through the order. It is the number 22 SimSport Racing Aston Martin that still leads the way for Kieran Vidago at the wheel at the moment, but they will need to visit pit lane one more time before the checkered flag. Then it's Florian Murring, the number 8 Science Friction Racing Bentley. They are 58 seconds behind the race leader, and that gap has come down over the course of the last hour, and they're holding on to that second place by a reduced margin, 2.8 seconds to the Lexus, which is in the back of camera shot there, the number 42 Team DGTL Racing, Casper Hogard at the wheel, and surely going to be taking it through to the checkered flag. But that car is in need of visiting pit lane as well, on a similar strategy to our race leaders. Then in fourth place, it's Istvan Pukki in the number 333 Cup Team Future Esports, number 333 Aston Martin, battling hard with Mike Abranhoser in the 321 Team Abbey Racing Ferrari. That is a battle for fourth place, and that is going to have to be decided in this final 28 minutes. Then it's Aaron van Drunen in the number 69 Pro Simrig EU Mercedes. They're 2 laps back in 6th place, so they've got to hope that some drama really kicks off and someone gets very unlucky if they're to gain a position and get inside that top 5. Then it's Sverkov in the 187 Wii Sports Aston Martin. Lukas Sverkov has been pushing hard in this final stint after taking over from Tim Schaefer, who spun on the exit of the quarry curve, and that was really race done and settled for this team. Then it's Dennis Kroll in the number 33 Lork driving Lexus. They're down in 8th place at the moment, and quite a sizable gap behind the number 187. They will need something to happen if they're to gain in this remaining 27 minutes. They have a 3-lap advantage over the number 16, the 10-6 car of Van Schaik, who's just, I've seen, picked up a penalty. We did see one of these 130-second penalties handed out earlier for driver time, but it was duly adjusted, so we'll wait and see if there's any announcement from our race stewards. And rounding out the top 10, just to complete the top 10 of the order into this final half hour, it's the 220, the Schneller Della Motorsports Lexus of Sven Kropp at the helm. They're 5 laps down on 9th place, and with a 6-lap margin over Dennis Verkman in the number 11. So the looking set for a top 10 finish for this squad, but it's far from settled at the front of the order with Istvan Pukki in the number 333 doing a 2:03.2. Fastest man out on track, still got something to prove in this final 26 minutes.
He certainly does, and that gap for Abranhoser now 3.1 seconds. However, I don't know if you've seen that at the top left, that the gap now between Mooring and Hugard is 1.2 seconds. Buckle up, ladies and gentlemen, get your popcorn, get your drinks in. This is about to kick off massively. This is the final 25 minutes of the race here. The SRHI GT3 Endurance Championship for 2021, round 3 of 6 here at Mount Panorama in Bathurst. I mean, you could not have scripted a better finish to this race. What a camera angle here from Nicholas Kraus there, our broadcast director. On the brakes down in towards the chase, then goes Casper Hugard, and he is sniffing blood here from Florian Mooring in the Friction Science number 8 Bentley, just up in front, doing a cracking job of trying to hold on. Is that Science Friction Racing machine? But you get the feeling of inevitability. It's moments like this you wish you had the Jaws theme on ready, on cue, just go, because he's right there, and it's going to be a case of Mooring knows it. Mooring knows that Hugard is there, but he has to hold him off because he knows that he needs to catch up to Vidago, and Hugard and Vidago need to pit again.
We're going to see this strategy puzzle just suddenly come together, I feel, in this final 24 and a half minutes. Still stopped really to be played out. I get the feeling the number 8 really doesn't need to pit again, so I think that Bentley is good to go to the checkered flag. Vidago and Hugard, though, are going to need to just visit pit lane to reset their stint timers. And I'm sure Casper might need to take on fuel, considering how hard he's pushing. I don't know if he'll be able to make the stint on that empty Lexus fuel tank. It's really shaping up to be a thrilling strategic as well as on-track battle. Hugard again going quickly and going quicker to the tune of 0.7 of a second on that previous lap of the Bathurst circuit. But the race leader is in pit lane. Kieran Vidago comes down pit lane in the number 22 Sim Sport Racing Aston Martin. Let's see what he does here. Is he going to drive through? No, it looks like he's going to stop in the box just to be sure of his timer resetting. Does the car even go up on the jacks? No, I don't think it does. Just taking on fuel. And we'll see if he just rejoins the track shortly. He shouldn't need to take
He's
too
not.
much.
Well, he's not going just yet.
He's
so
moving
he's still
now,
in
he's
pit lane.
moving.
There we go. So, yeah, that isn't the fastest stop. He certainly didn't do the drive-through that we thought he was going to do. And well, that brings the gap down surely to about 18 to 20 seconds now to second place with 20 minutes left to go.
And you hate to say what might have been, but he rejoined the track in front of the number 15 Ferrari, which we saw fighting at the sharp end for the entirety of that opening half of the race, and then it all fell apart, unfortunately, for that squad. But this battle here, this is really the good stuff, isn't it, Steve? We've got the number 8 and number 42 locked together, 22 minutes to go. This is going to decide their races.
This is absolutely going to decide their races, and this is where they need to be careful. It needs to be measured, but it needs to be decisive. If they're going to put a move, if Hogard's going to put a move on that Bentley in front, he's got to be decisive. He's got to make it count. He's got the pace. He's closed the gap down. He's got up there behind, but it's not a track to be having a look and testing the water, as it were. I think if he's going to make a move, he's got to do it, because anything that goes wrong could take both of them out here, and it could be a gift to Pookie behind. Albeit he's a fair way behind, but it could cause damage. They just need to be. It needs to be measured. Are we saying that Hogard doesn't need to pit again? Was he one of the cars you thought might need to make another pit stop, Tim?
Yes, I believe the 42 does need to head to pit lane in a similar fashion to the race leader, but I think the 8 can go the way. 34 and a half minutes since their last stop, and with 21 minutes to go, they're more than clear of the 65 maximum stint time.
Yes, I mean, at the moment, like you say, he's like I said, he's got the pace. It's all for show, is this then, really, isn't it? If he's going to try and make a pass, potentially get that pass and then go do the pit stop just to say, haha, I was faster than you. But it's not going to count for an awful lot if he does have to make that pit stop. So as you see him shaping up in the slipstream now, and he's going to go for it in the braking zone, he's going to try and send it in the inside, and I hope they're aware of each other there. That was tight, that was close, and that curb can catch you out so often, but he managed to ride over the top of that, fall back in line, and no harm, no foul. But he's definitely looking to make the move, and it's an interesting one, because it could be an expensive move if it goes wrong.
David, I could feel you tense up then as Casper Hugard looked to the inside there, nearly had the job done.
Yeah, very, very nearly. And it is also tight when it comes to the pit lane strategy, just looking at the 3 cars involved. So Vidago pitted on lap 306. He's jumped into the pits already just to get it out of the way. Hugard pitted on lap 307. So that means that in 10 laps time, he's going to have a 30-lap stint, as we see, side by side for second place, and gets the move done. What a move then from Hugard. We saw it coming. It was a matter of not if, but when. And the number 42 Lexus moves up into second place, leaving Florian down in third place in that number 8 Science Friction Racing. There was an air of inevitability about that, but you can't help feeling that that is vanity and nothing more, with the fact that Hugard surely has to pit, and I think it's safe to say that Mooring doesn't have to pit again. I think he's fairly safe. It looks like he's got another 20 or so laps to go in his stint, which should easily cover the race, given that we've got about 10 laps left to go.
Dear, well, it's all shaping up, isn't it? And what a move from Casper Hugard up the inside into the quarry corner. Look, it looks like there's an empty track now for them to fight it out on. No traffic really in front of them. They've got a gap of 15 seconds or so to the next car up the road. Get the feeling, like we've said, it could be all for vanity, with Casper Hugard still due to come to pit lane for some sort of run by the pit crew. Whether or not he takes fuel or tyres or any of that, it's going to cost him too much time. The only thing he can do now, really, Steve, I suppose, is just go absolutely at it and do his best to gap Mooring behind.
Yeah, absolutely. He'll just he'll go as quick as he can now and try and get that gap out. But it's going to be a Herculean task to get the gap out to be far enough for him to do a drive through the pits. It's I don't think there's any chance of that, to be honest. I don't think the pace differential is that great, but we will see. I've been proved wrong before, so we will see what he can do. And looking there at 2.5 seconds, but he's not got enough time left on the clock to do that before he needs to come into the pits. I don't think it's possible. I think it's a great attempt, and bravo to him for getting the pass done and getting it done cleanly. But I just think it's maybe a step too far. I think I don't think we're going to see him on second place at the end.
It does look to have gapped Mooring though already, in just kind of being through for a lap or so now. The gap is up to over a second, so it's clearly giving it absolutely everything in a sniff and a hope and a prayer and a miracle and everything you can possibly throw at it to get this P2 on the road. And it's going to be a feel a little bit all lost come the need to make a pit stop, because looking at the clock, David, 2 minute or so lap time, looking at really 8 or 9 laps to go. Incredible to think we were starting this race with 12 hours on the clock, and now it's all coming down to the final 10 laps or so.
I'm a little bit confused, and I'm actually trying to work this out in my little head, and it doesn't really compute very well. Right, so Hugard got into the car on lap 306. That was his out lap there, and he's on lap 330, so that's about 24 laps that we're away to be in, say 23, 24 laps, right? They were able to do 30 lap stints, 29, 30 lap stints, and given that we've got, what's that, about 8 laps left, and he is on lap 23, I don't know. I think I agree with Steve. I think it's too little too late, but I don't know. There is the very slim chance that Hugard might be able to make this work.
I think, it's going to be super tight. I mean, a matter of seconds. I feel like the deciding factor for me is looking at how long he's been in the car. 52 minutes to his name, and with 16 minutes to go, that adds up to 68 minutes, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's not going to work then,
a 65-minute limit. He's going to have to come to pit lane within sight of the checkered flag. It could be on the last lap.
I was going to say, can he do that on the last lap? Can he come into pit lane and take the checkered flag through pit lane?
Well, that would be very Michael Schumacher.
I was going to say, but it would tie up if the pits. If the stint timer resets on the pit entry line, then I don't know. That's
he's got to absolutely nail that chicane on the way into pit lane, isn't he, to keep that? Because then he's got to get down to pit lane speed limiter and trundle along. But I do like your thinking, David. I think there's a job in race strategy for you somewhere, isn't there?
Optimism, well, that's the
maybe,
word, I think.
Maybe, yeah, optimism. I think that's just being Scottish. That's just being tight and saying, right, well, I'm having that. But look at Istvan Pukki as well in that 4th place. We kind of got distracted with that battle for 2nd and 3rd. I mean, he has just absolutely gapped Abraham Hosa. That 7 seconds is the gap there. And he's now on a charge trying to catch up further up the road. But to be honest with you, I mean, obviously Mooring is a lap up anyway, but what a spirited ride from Istvan Pukki here.
What a move as well to get past the race leaders. We see in the wall there, that's the 84 Audi on the outside, and that's a change for position. Pascal Eckstein in the number 911 team Hot Air Balloon Motorsport getting through for 18th place. So an incident again for that yellow and black Audi has seen them lose a spot, and this car really, David, the number 911 has had a tough time of things. We saw this car in the top 5 and battling in the top 10, and it just seems to have slowly trickled its way backwards down the order, and it's battling really well now for 18th place, position gained on the road.
Such is the cruel mistress of endurance racing, I'm afraid. But look, on the recovery drive, that will be as good as a win for them. They will happily take every single moment they can get, just like that. This is Dennis Werkman in the Mode 11 Racing machine, just coming across the line, trying to catch up to Crop ahead of him. I'm just looking at the... Oh, now, hang on. Look at the gap between Vidago and Hugard. Now, that was 25 seconds, and it's now down to 22 seconds. So that's a bit interesting with 13 minutes left to go, because he is also bringing Florian Mooring with him as well.
Yes, and by the looks of things, Vidago hasn't been caught up in traffic or anything, just potentially cruising to the line. And Steve, it's dangerous, isn't it, just cruising, because sometimes that's when you lose your concentration and mistakes can slip in.
Yeah, it's a recipe for disaster, but I'm sure Kieran knows what he's doing. He's been in this situation before, and he's had bittersweet. It's worked out for him. He knows the pitfalls, and I'm sure he'll. I'm pretty confident he's got it under control. He's been putting 204s in. His lap times have been fluctuating by around about half a second to 3/4 of a second. He's just seen across the line now to do another 204. So he is responding to those times. The gap's not coming down too much. It has come down 3 or 4 seconds, but it's not crashing down now. It's every other lap or so that the gap closes. But I think there's a few back markers between him and second place as well, which is going to help. Although second place there, he's just put a 2:03.8 in, which is a storming lap. I'm not quite sure the Bentley's going to be following him at that pace either. He's done a 2:04.8, so he's slower than Vidago in third place. So if that Lexus does have to make a pit stop, I think Vidago's definitely safe. And I think with 12 minutes to go, a 22-second gap, he's pretty much safe. Kieran just keeps his head together, keeps putting the laps in, and just concentrates over the mountain, just takes it as he is doing, steady, sensibly, not pushing too hard. He's not after the purple sectors, he's not after the fastest laps at all. He just wants to bring that car home where it is and reward the rest of himself and the rest of the team for what has been, I would imagine, a pretty hard race today.
Battle for 11th place on screen at the moment. Dennis Werkman in the Mode 11 Racing Lexus is going at it with Hackler in the 169R ACC car. They're battling away. Look how defensive Werkman's going. Almost forced the Ferrari onto the grass on the run up the mountain straight and towards Quarry. A little bit too aggressive there potentially. I wonder if we'll see a protest put in by the team currently in 12th place, the 169 crew. Just look like tensions are starting to fray slightly. Werkman moving across the track and off the racing line quite significantly to block the advances of Hackler. And Jonas will be wanting to get a move done and get it done quickly. It looks like this Ferrari has got the pace over the Lexus, and on that previous lap round the track he was 2 seconds faster. Oh, contact into the wall. Werkman hits the wall on the outside, manages to gather it up. Oh, wow, that was saw my life flash before my eyes there, and I'm sure Jonas Hackler did as well.
Yeah, that just sort of whomped into the wall twice there. And I've got to say, I mean, great reaction there for Hackler to avoid that car in front. But if I'm honest, I'm really, really not impressed with that move from Werkman to move that Ferrari onto the grass there. You just can't do that. You absolutely cannot do that. And look at who they've got behind him. Istvan Pukki. He's certainly going to light a firework behind him, because the pace that he's got right now is absolutely sensational. He is one of the fastest men on track right now, 2:03.4. And I swear to goodness, I thought for a minute that Ferrari was going to absolutely clatter him coming through that corner, but he gets by absolutely no issue whatsoever under the Liquimoli Bridge. And guys, I can't believe it. 10 minutes left to go in this race, and we're still sitting here thinking, what's going to happen?
It's quite sensational, isn't it? It's exactly what we've come to know and love from this GT3 Endurance Championship. Just a last opportunity to say, if you do want to get involved, if you want to race in the Sim Racing Hub International Series and get involved, join the Discord channel. You'll see information at the top of the screen, and you could be out there on track fighting it out across these endurance races. There's 2 more remaining. Imola, Paul Ricard, sorry, 3 more remaining. Imola, Paul Ricard, and then a 24-hour race at Spa to round out the season. But exciting stuff indeed. 12 hours seem to have absolutely flown by. I don't know where they've gone, and I'm sure the drivers are certainly feeling battered and bruised, and their cars, some of them are looking it as well. With the number of laps completed now over 330. I can barely imagine getting through 15 laps around Bathurst, let alone that many.
Yeah, I've done a couple of endurance races here, and they are absolutely grueling. They really take it out of you mentally and physically, and that's in the sim. And it sounds such a weird thing to say because, you know, the Ferrari goes clattering against the wall there on the hunt for Dennis Verkman. But look, it is for those watching who have never taken part in an endurance race in the sim. I can absolutely attest to just how exhausting these things are. When you're part of a team, you're doing several hours and getting a little bit of rest in between. You don't get any rest because you're either watching the stream or you're talking to your friends on the stream, about the stream, asking them about it while trying to pretend that you're actually relaxing. So you're exhausted after the end, and they go side by side, Jonas Akala and Verkman. Oh, this is going to disaster all written all over it, but the Ferrari backs out of it, thinks better of it, and tries to take the Lexus at a later point. And I've got to be honest, that was a smart move from Hakala, because I think that Lexus was going to try and put him into the wall.
Chris Pinchbeck in the YouTube chat saying he's got no nails left, and I doubt anyone has who's cheering on that SimSport racing team at the top of the order with 7.5 minutes to go. But the R&E ACC car of Jonas Hakala is more than excitable at the moment and more than keen to get a move done on Dennis Berkman, looking to the outside again on the run in to Hell Corner. He's locked into the slipstream on the run up the mountain straight in towards Quarry. It doesn't look like he's got an overspeed, but late on the brakes, closes right up underneath the rear wing. Almost contact between the front of the Ferrari and the rear of the Lexus. Looks like then that Ferrari has performance advantage in the braking zones. And the run up through the cutting again. It looked like Berkman's just slightly deep on the brakes. Hakala able to hold a tighter line, but he hits the wall on the outside and has lost all of that momentum he's gained over the previous laps. That could be the battle decided with only 2 or 3 laps to go. Hits the wall on the outside and nearly does again on the run into McPhillamy Park. It all seems to have bubbled over for the 169 car.
I was away to say that. I was away to make a joke about saying, well, the theme of that is but look at that. Look at the Ferrari. He's already on the back of the Lexus again. Workman under pressure. Look at the pace the Ferrari has got. Jonas Hakala is on fire right now. Tries to make the move right for his elbow. Ducks in to get the slipstream. My God, what an end to a race we've got here. Hakala in the slipstream along the Conrod Straight here, run down to the chase. You would think that he's got the legs to get past the Lexus, but he can't do it. And Workman's wise to this now. Tries to put it on the inside, but Workman's just going to run him out.
And switch back through the chase, now on the outside. Oh, contact between the two of them. The Lexus off onto the grass on the inside momentarily. But yee-haw for Jonas Hakala around the outside. Somehow holds it. Position gained. He's through on the Lexus, and an exchange of paint there. I wonder if Workman's going to have anything to fire back. But you do get the feeling, though, a slight bit of justice done, because we saw some very intense defending from Workman a few moments ago. And now Hakala gets through, position gained, and into the top 11 positions. And 5 minutes to go. He's going to have to hold on to it. No more skirmishes. And intimate experiences with the wall for this number 169 car. That could be race done.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, geez, he's pushing him hard now, isn't he? He's pushing that Ferrari. He's really testing the limits, and he got the move done. It was fantastic driving. He had so much more speed than the Lexus that it was inevitable. It was going to happen. It was just how clean was it going to happen, and where was it going to happen? And I think the way it shaped up, it was the best outcome possible from that scenario. To be fair.
Indeed, and as they run across the mountain, and here it is. This is the 42 coming to pit lane. This is the second place car coming down pit lane for the final time. He is going to relinquish that second position to Florian Muring, who goes through now. There he is across the start-finish line. And David, all of that hard work to gain that position is all in vain as the number 8 resumes second place.
That is the biggest anticlimax I think I've seen all of this race. That is such a shame for Casper Hugard. Look, hats off, round of applause. That was thoroughly entertaining. Gets back on track, will drop back about 15 seconds behind Florian Muring. But Muring as well. I mean, that's a heck of an effort from that number 18 for Science Friction Racing. Championship wise, it's win all round for both the 22, the 8 and the 42. They're all going to be very happy with some big championship points leaving this round.
You've got to think as well that 12 hours ago, the 42 and 8 were at the sharp end of things and fighting for the race lead. And now they're still up there, still on the podium. So a really impressive run of form compared to other drivers and other cars that seems to have been playing the Mount Panorama version of Snakes and Ladders, it seems, over the last 12 hours, going up and down the order. But now Florian Muring has one mission, and that is bring this number 8 Bentley home in second place. I was going to say he's leaving a bit of margin to the walls to make sure he gets it home, but running close to the external limit there on the exit of the Forest Elbow. We are coming up to what must be the penultimate lap as the number 22 car comes up towards the final corners. In fact, has crossed the line. So I think we've got we're beyond the penultimate lap now, and one more after this one. And David, it's amazing that it's all come down to this, but it's what we've come to know and love from GT3 endurance racing.
Well, exhaustion is making my eyes do funny things. So I swear I saw Florian Muring booping the wall there just as we cut the car to him, but it might have been my imagination running wild. But certainly he's at the hell corner, the penultimate lap that we're on just now, and then we'll start the final lap in about 2 minutes time. What a race. I mean, I cannot believe that we got here to 15 minutes to go and we're all sitting like, what the hell is going to happen here? And fair enough, it's all settled down and it's all playing itself, but we've still got 2 laps to go. We've seen how quickly things can unravel for anyone on the grid. Goodness me, look at the number 15 of Clayton Banney. I think he'll never want to do another lap of Bathurst again in his life after today in that Odyssey Racing, because it almost seems that every bit of bad luck has kind of hit him and punched him in the face today.
I'm sure we'll see that team bounce back, though. Odyssey Racing have been a contender across their races in this championship. They were obviously taking part last time out at Kyalami. They finished second, and in the first round at Monza, where the team was split into 2, one of the Odyssey Racing teams took the race victory. So they are in one of the competitive teams on this highly competitive grid here at Sim Racing Hub International. Wouldn't be surprised to see the crew fighting back for the next round at Imola. And as we head into the final 30 seconds of this race, our race leader, which is Kieran Vidago, is just crossing the line to start what will be his final lap of the Mount Panorama circuit at Bathurst. And all he'll need to do is just hit his marks, just get that Aston Martin vantage round cleanly, and it's a spectacular win for the team. And Steve, to go from outside the top 20 to first in any race is impressive. let alone over the course of 12 hours at one of the most demanding racetracks in the world.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I can't tell you, when I was watching the stream at the start and I saw the incident that took them out, you know, and with the other SimSport car as well, with Mark Neutlins, I thought, you know, what couldn't get any worse than that. But it just goes to show, as I said earlier, the grit and the determination on the grid. Not just the SimSport guys. There's been lots of cars had incidents, but for these guys as well to actually fight back, come back through. When Chris messaged me this afternoon and I asked him if he could get the win, and he said no, it looked like second place. You know, they were already set for second place, but they've kept going. They've not just won. I won't say they've won dominantly, but they've got a 27-second lead. You know, they've controlled it. They've had us on the edge of our seats a little bit, thinking, have they lost the pace? Are they going to get caught? But yeah, I'd like to put it down to the fact that you know, they've managed the gap. Chris Pinchbeck's done a fantastic job. Regan Mitchell, I didn't see it, but I've heard he's done a fantastic stint or two. And obviously Kieran's, you know, he's taken the pressure of this last stint. He's managed that gap. He had to do the splash and dash pit stop. He's done it. He hit the marks. He's got back out. He hasn't pushed too hard. He's been lapping in the 204s and low 205s. He's just backed off the pace a little bit now, but he's going to bring this home now for a fantastic, well-deserved victory.
Kieran Vidago then bringing the car home. There's a queue of cars waiting to make sure they don't have to do an extra lap of the Bathurst circuit. But round the final corner and onto the pit straight, it's going to be a fantastic and ecstatic race victory for the number 22 SimSport Racing Aston Martin of Kieran Vidago, Chris Pinchbeck and Regan Mitchell, who take a stellar victory at the Sim Racing Hub International 12 Hours of Bathurst. They lead home the number 8 Bentley. This is the Science Friction racing car of Simon Zimmerman, Moritz Haymack, Florian Möhring in the car at the moment to take the checkered flag, and Marvin Ingenworth, a team who have been at the sharp end of proceedings across the entire half day of racing here at Mount Panorama. Set to cross the line as we see Vidago ripping some burnouts on the runoff at Hell Corner. Set to take the flag in third place is the number 42, the Lexus of Team DGTL Racing, Lasse Øgaard, Kasper Høgaard and Chris Johansson taking the final step on the rostrum. Then set to cross the line in fourth place, we have the number 333 Aston Martin just on the run into the final corner at Murray's. This is the Cup Team Future Esports car of Mate Mazzofi, Martin Ido, Bertalan Horvath and Istvan Pukki, who puts in a stellar stint at the end as the 404 does a donut 360 across the line. Then it's Mike Abranhoser of the 321 Ferrari. He crosses the line to round out the top 5 in what was an ecstatic battle to the end of the race for 5th and 4th positions. The 321 Team Abbey Racing Ferrari of Chris Vickers, Mike Abranhoser, Nelson Abranhoser and Fabri Torri, rounding out our top 5 positions from 4th place on the grid to 5th place at the checkered flag. It doesn't sound like too much has changed, but David, across 12 hours at Bathurst, there's been a whole lot of storylines playing out for us today.
Well, I'll tell you what, boys, I'll be sleeping tonight for sure after that one. Wow, wow, wow. Kieran Vidago for SimSport Racing, enjoying a wonderful, wonderful, well-earned win on that one. And, do you know what? This brings back memories, Demolition Derby on the PS1. But what a race. And, yeah, look, I mean, you couldn't be prouder if I was anything to do with the Sim Racing Hub International. Yeah, that is a stellar event and an absolute jewel in the crown for my community, and I'd be very, very proud of those past 12 hours.
Well, let's not waste any time, because immediately knocking on the door to get into the shed, we have our race-winning trio of Chris Pinchbeck, Kieran Vidago and Regan Mitchell. So let's get the boys in from the number 22 car and let's have a word with them. So down here in the shed, we've opened the door, we've let them in, and they're deserved of being here with us because it's the race victors. If anything, we're not deserved of being in your presence, guys. It's the leading trio, the race winners of the SimSport Racing number 22 Aston Martin, Chris Pinchbeck, Kieran Vidago and Regan Mitchell. And I'll come to Kieran first, who took the checkered flag and had to negate what was a tricky final hour or so in the car. Kieran, your thoughts on winning the race and on that final stint to the flag?
Yeah, just want to say congratulations to my teammates, Chris and Regan. They did an amazing job the entire race. Yeah, the last stint was really difficult. Obviously had to make sure I stuck to the stint timer, so we had to do a splash and dash at some point during that stint just to get us over to the end of the race. So I was trying to make sure I was not killing the tires right at the beginning, trying to stay consistent through the entire stint rather than push as hard as I could at the start. And yeah, kept the gap. It was really good. And cheers to the guys.
Fantastic job, Kieran. And I'll come to Chris. Chris, a spectacular story for you guys, from beaten up and bruised early on to fighting back for the race victory. How was it being part of this team and getting your stints done out there on what was a frenetic Bathurst race?
Yeah, it was incredible. When it happened at the beginning, I thought, oh, here we go again. It's just one of those places, especially at Bathurst, you think it's going to happen. And like you say, we were down in, was it 23rd we went down to? Or was it lower than that? I'm not sure.
I believe it was 23rd, yeah.
Yeah, and then obviously we've got Regan in the side, and he stuck his cape on, and off he went.
Well, it must be good to have Regan in the car. Obviously, he took victory at Kyalami, but it's not without the
yeah,
job.
they're not having him back.
No. I was going to say, but it takes three of you to get the car home. And Chris, we saw you dealing with some particularly tricky situations with cars, lapped cars, and traffic. It's a tough ride, isn't it? The Mount Panorama circuit.
Yeah, my first double stint was brilliant. I was chuffed to bits. There was cars all over the place. It was carnage, and I just managed to sail through them. But the second stint, it wasn't the best for me really. But especially towards the end of the stint, it felt like I was riding on 50p pieces.
Brilliant stuff. Well, congratulations, Chris. And finally, Regan Mitchell. Regan, from jumping across from the SimSport Solutions car that took victory at the Kyalami 8 hours to now in the SimSport racing car. Another victory to your name. You must be very pleased with back-to-back race wins.
Yeah, I'm really happy with that, going 2 for 2. I'm actually not sure quite what to say about it. I talked a lot in my interview earlier about the race, but I'm just really happy with my teammates, because they had a lot of pressure from the number 8 car, and they were able to stick it out even if the gap was closing or there was traffic problems, keeping it mostly out the wall and without damage.
Well, we're halfway through the season, Regan. We're heading into the next 3 races, the next one at Imola. Have you got your eyes on that championship trophy? Surely, with 2 wins for the team, you've got to be looking at lifting the first ever Sim Racing Hub International Endurance GT3 crown.
I don't even know if I'm actually eligible for the championship, being like team hopper and everything, but whatever car I'm in, I'll just try and do my best and hold the gold trophy from the races, if not the championship.
Well,
we've just upped his contract. He's not leaving.
Oh, yeah, they're fighting over me now.
Good stuff. Well, congratulations, Chris Pinchbeck, Kieran Vidago, and Regan Mitchell on your race victory tonight. And actually, today it's been half a day's racing at Bathurst, so congratulations on your race victory.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tim.
And we'll head back up to the commentary booth. I say that, we're literally about 2 metres away from you in the shed, David Christie. What a spectacular event at Bathurst. I don't think we've got enough superlatives to describe the race we've had.
Yeah, awesome stuff. A fantastic event, and very, very much enjoyed it. Great to see the sheds full to capacity as well, almost bursting at the seams there. But a fantastic event, absolutely loved it. And yeah, look, what a way for me to get my first ever event here at SRHI. Loved every moment of it, and such a privilege for me to come on board.
Well, we hope that we might see you back at some point in the remainder of this endurance racing season. And a final word from Steve Proudly. Steve, you only joined us for the final 2 hours. I say only, but I feel like you've had more than enough of racing action there.
Yeah, absolutely. From the comments from yourself and David there, it seems like I won't say I got the best 2 hours, but it was action-packed for the full 12 hours, and certainly the 2 hours I saw was fantastic racing and had us on the edge of our seats without fail, didn't it? As always with these SRHI races, whether it be the endurance, the GT4s, GT3s, it's always uncertain, on the results, and it's a very brave man that tries to predict any results. So great racing, and as David said, great organisation from SRHI as ever, and fantastic event, and congratulations to the whole team and the drivers. Great stuff, great event to be part of, and thank you very much.
Well, I'm starting to wonder whether our beloved broadcaster Nicholas Kraus might have passed out at his keyboard. But Nicholas, if you are there, just a comment from you. You've sat through the entirety of the 12 hours. What a thrilling and spellbinding race this has been.
Yeah, you're hearing me from the oxygen tank, actually. It's had that installed during the day. I actually got that call in because it was just so much. It was fantastic racing all around, and I have to give a shout out to you guys as well. The commentary in it, it's been a pleasure doing this with you, and it's absolutely fantastic to get that in around and obviously get that out to everybody watching us here. It's wonderful.
Well, let's bring this broadcast to an end then. And before we do, a massive thank you to everyone at SRHI, and importantly to everyone who's watched along. We've had 2 streams and there's been plenty of you active in the chat and throwing yourselves at what has been an absolutely enthralling race at the Bathurst 12 hours. So a huge shout out to you. And to everyone who's been craving pizza since about 12 hours ago, then go get it. Go and get yourself a beer. I can almost hear all of the tins of beer opening around the world. So congratulations on getting through this race, and thank you very much for watching on. This has been the Sim Racing Hub International Bathurst 12 hours from the Sim Sport Solutions team of David Christie, Nicholas Kraus, Steve Proudly, and myself, Tim Fulbrook. Thank you very much for watching, and we hope to see all of you back again for the next round of Sim Racing Hub International Endurance GT3 Championship. It's round 4, the Imola 12 hours on the 25th of September. Make sure you're not busy on that day. Set your calendars now, because if it's anything like the 12 hours we've just had at Bathurst, it's going to be an absolute thriller. Look forward to seeing you then. From everyone here, stay healthy, stay safe, and good night.